live. The Sky Hopes get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
On the podcast, the last Soviet, last best from Instinct, shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Krikov. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. There are simple things parents and caregivers can do to help children cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Count Hopeful Moment is brought to you by CountHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at CalHope.org.
David Horowitz thinks the 2024 election could be America's last. That's his startling conclusion in his new best-selling book. Yeah, his new bestseller is called Final Battle. David Horowitz, he reveals an effort he says is led by far-left Democrats, big media, and a new woke generation looking to forever change U.S. culture within our schools, our churches, even our military. Horowitz explains how attacks on our electoral college, the Supreme Court, the integrity of the electoral system, and other customs undermines the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Horowitz sees Americans speaking in different and antagonistic political languages, with the two parties so polarized that he thinks the American way of life itself is at risk. Horowitz names the players working behind the scenes to undermine our enduring institutions. Find Final Battle in bookstores or check out the free offer and save $28. Just call 1-800-NEWSMAX, that's 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go online to finalbattle611.com, finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 at coasttocoastam.com. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. That's Pink Floyd. Welcome to the machine. The machine they're talking about in that song is the music machine in the music industry, but I figured the vibe sort of fits what we're discussing with my guest, Vic Redfern, author of Runaway Science, is a book that considers the possibilities of what
bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366 for a free consultation. For 16 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Battling for years and years, stuck in the endless cycle of minimum payments could take decades. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366. That's 800-832-2366. 800-832-2366. Nick Redfern, I think you read that you started thinking about the possibilities of sex with robots, not for you, but as a topic for the book, in part in response to the movie Blade Runner, where you have the character Chris, who's like a sex worker, a pleasure worker for a humanoid sort of android kind of a creature. I guess you could call her a robot. You make a chapter about that and the possibilities where it could lead. Sex with robots, it's going to happen, right?
Oh yeah, I mean it has gone ahead, in the past, but today is a far more sophisticated. But for me, I like women to have skin, not copper or aluminum or something like that, But joking aside, I think we will see a development. And far more sophisticated dolls, if you like, or robots, whatever you want to call them. And one of the people who was really fascinated by this was the late Mac Tonis, who wrote a really good book on Mars. And I'll just give you a quote of what he said for the book. I can easily foresee companies selling as many theme robots as there are sexual kinks. Robotic lovers, apps complemented by virtual reality, will allow people to live out whatever fantasies they want. Surprising realism. Even further ahead, I also think that the sexual revolution will blur the lines of sexuality, gay, lesbian, bi, or whatever, may become somewhat outdated. And he also says some sex robots might even be reproductions of celebrities don't have full artificial intelligence yet. Yes, you know, it's spoken about a lot, but you know, when we're talking about robots having souls, that kind of thing, you know, we're not at that point. You know, there's a lot being said and over said really about artificial intelligence, and we are going that way, but we haven't really got it. So that is going to be the one big difference when it comes to sex in robots. The robots themselves, still in our time frame, are basically still cold-hearted, metallic robots.
Well, not to be too graphic about it, but I know there are men who rely on blow-up dolls. So I guess they probably wouldn't mind about how intelligent the robot partner was. You know.
Well, I guess whatever gets you,
Yeah.
whatever you like, you know, I guess.
I was thinking about the virtual reality aspects. That is a technology too that could be driven by sexual interests. You know, there's some virtual reality projections about how it can be used in sexual context as well.
Oh yeah, I mean that's going to go run and run. You know, I mean, just sort of living in that kind of world, I can see easily a lot of people would love to do that. You know, it's almost like, you know, sort of like a Matrix world. You know, to go into this world, I want to be a king. You know, I want to be a soccer player, that kind of thing. I could easily see that expanding to the point where people are happy to live in that world rather than in the real world.
Sure. I mean, I can remember people when the Avatar movie came out, they wanted to live in that planet and never come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You write about not only robots becoming sex workers, but also soldiers. And this also seems like something inevitable, that we would send in robots and machines. We already have machines like that. We have drones that are basically autonomous that we send into war zones. It's happening right now in Ukraine, where they become an essential part of the war effort on both sides.
Yeah, a lot of this work's being done by DARPA. They've been doing some really fascinating and highly advanced technology for soldiers on the battlefield, you know, who may have lost like half a limb, an arm, you know, a leg, that kind of thing. You know, there was a time when it was, you know, a terrible situation for people, you know, but now, I mean, looking at things now, you know, when it's limbs, you know, legs, arms, that kind of thing, even eyeballs, you know, we're now looking at a situation now where, to some degree, if you've had that sort of situation on the battlefield, and you know you've got a lot of casual compartments of their bodies would be robotic, and to some degree that's almost like something along the lines of like RoboCop, you know, a case of sci-fi turning into sci-fi.
So,
That's right, yeah.
and you know, some of that has already happened. There are amazing advances, as you document in this book, and for soldiers who've been injured, who've lost a leg or a limb, you know, an arm, that they're getting replacements that work. But they could also be autonomous robots that you send into combat instead of humans, right?
Well, that's right, and there's a lot of, you know, a lot of things to think about, you know, when we're talking about going into battle, you know, what's happening, you know, will, you know, 100 years from now, will our soldiers be 50% robots, 50% human? You know, for the people of that, of another century, to them, it'll be simple. It'll be just a normal thing. But for us now, it might be, oh wow, you know.
Well, as you document, I mean, police agencies, I've seen it. I've seen it in action. Police agencies already
example. I mean, like people who've lost a hand, shall we say, they can sort of, we've got incredible technology, where you can basically, you focus it yourself. And, you've got fingers that can move, a thumb, move the wrist. And if you look at it now, and think about things in, say, 50 years from now, for our generation, we really could be looking at things in the future that would make our make our sort of our mouths drop.
And then if you start building autonomous robots who can do police work, who can fight as soldiers, that's when my paranoia sets in, is that how do you make sure that something that is artificial intelligence, that has incredible capacities for violence, stays under human control? Because I don't see how you can absolutely build that in and guarantee that it does not become self-aware and then exceed whatever limits we try to put on it.
Yeah, that whole issue of being self-aware, I have to say that to some degree, or well, to a large degree, it is a case that, we're not running around with robots that cry and have sort of, their feelings and things like that. We could get like that, but I mean, even with like Sophia is not artificial intelligence. But
It's just program. It's just program stuff.
But those types of robots are extremely, put together. So, that's why, I mean, like Sophia, can have like 60 facial looks, if you like. And it gives us the angle, if you like, that this is artificial intelligence. But for the most part, we've never had something, where a robot's watching TV and it starts to make a funny noise like the equivalent of a cry. That's not happened,
What do you make of, so this, it's been a year or so ago, this guy from Google, this Google programmer, software guy, who has said, he claims that in his development of their artificial intelligence, that it is in fact self-aware, that it became self-aware, that he had conversations with it, and when he talked about it, he got fired. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of stories like that where weird things have happened, and people have got some of these robots, and they come out with just like a weird sentence, just out of nowhere, and so, yeah, I think that we could one day suddenly see the day when, a robot says something, well, I don't like that. I don't like what you're talking about. That kind of thing, that would sort of put everybody silent, and we would have then have just turned the table, so to speak, and if and when we do have 100% artificial intelligence, the world then really know. But I think a lot of people would embrace that artificial intelligence. I think a lot of other people would worry about, well, are we going to go to war, with these robots? Because are they going to see them looking as them being, far more in advance of us? And that could happen, So I think when it comes, we've got to be really careful.
Have you been following this chat GPT thing? Have you tried to access any of that and have a conversation? There have been a number of journalists who've gone ahead and done it. And
I will.
Yeah, I haven't done that either. I'm a Luddite practically, but some of the conversations that I've read about where the shocking things that come out of the mouths of this intelligence, I don't know if they're just yanking their chain
like that, and and it becomes kind of like I said at the beginning, kind of creepy. But then again, I mean, I think for people who who sort of be born, shall we say, next week, and when they grow up, they become adults. It won't be anything odd to them. It's kind of like with the internet. Kids are really good with the internet because they were born into it. And you could argue that if you're an adult, but it started to come, you had to learn it, and I think that's how it'll be. It won't be a big deal, for people who have bought into those years and decades.
I thought it was a pretty interesting angle you took on the Men in Black, the legend of the Men in Black that you and I have talked about before.
Yeah.
And you speculate, hey, were they robots? There are the ones that are probably government agents of some sort, and then there's the other ones that are just unearthly, weird, and act like they might be an artificial intelligence of some sort. Tell me how that fits under the category of what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, when we talk about the Men in Black, most people think of Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones because from the movies, that's really what sort of made people sit up and say, well, who are the Men in Black? And everybody knew who they were. But the reality is that if you speak to the witnesses, to the real Men in Black who've been threatened, that kind of thing, most people have said they don't look completely normal. They wear the black suits. They still even wear the old fedora hat still, like the 1950s hat. But their skin kind of looks like plastic. And a lot of them wear wigs, and some of them, this is bizarre, wear sort of like lipstick on their lips to try and make them look more human. And there are a lot of stories like that where the Men in Black just don't look normal. They look like a biological human, if you like, or a creative human. And I think that's what they really are, sort of constructed entities, if you like, designed to threaten people who've seen UFOs, etc., etc.
You also speculate whether or not what the aliens that we call the Greys, whether they might be manufactured beings instead of actual living beings. We'll get into. I'll tell you what, Nick, we're going to take a break. We'll get into that in the next segment here. A lot of ground still to cover. Talking up with Nick Redburn about runaway science, true stories of raging robots, and high-tech horrors. We'll go into the break with Lord Huron, La Belle Fleur Sauvage. Apologies for that pronunciation.
Alexander and Peter Tilton, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there.
Really, no, really.
Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640, news without the skew. KOSTHD2,
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Warming beds available. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 60 warming beds have been set up for homeless in Long Beach. The city says they'll keep the new beds up until at least next week. The beds are available from 6 p.m. to about 8 a.m. It's first come, first served at the Long Beach Multi-Service Center on 12th Street. A man's body was found in a ditch near a hiking trail in Altadena. Authorities believe the man was a transient and his death may be weather-related. UC Berkeley Central Sierra Snow Lab says the California snowpack is almost double the amount as usual. It stands at 432 inches with more snow arriving daily. A mudslide in the Lackawanna Flint Ridge area gave way and damaged 3 homes. Officials say the slide is 40 feet wide. No injuries reported. A rock slide in Ojai has shut down State Route 33 in the Los Padres National Forest. No injuries, but engineers will need to investigate before the road is reopened. The Department of Energy says the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. Mark Mayfield has more.
That's according to multiple reports, which cite a classified intelligence report. It adds that the department made the assessment with low confidence. U.S. government agencies have been divided over whether the health emergency began in China as a result of a lab leak or whether it emerged naturally. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CNN on Sunday there's no definitive answer on the origins of COVID. He added there are a variety of views on the question within the intelligence community.
2 friends in Veracruz, Mexico wondered what would happen if you mixed coffee and alcohol. Today we celebrate National Kahlua Day. And for the 25th straight day, LA County gasoline prices have gone up. AAA says the current average for a gallon of self-serve regular is $4.84. Southline weather from KF. Rain likely, highs in the 40s and 50s. Right now it's 45 in Lake Forest. Laguna Hills has 46. It's 49 in Bellflower and a chilly 37 in Aston. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In North Hollywood, this is on the 170 northbound at Magnolia. We have a crash. The emergency crews blocking that off-ramp. You drive in, clutching up as you approach this area. Eaglewood. This is on the 405 northbound at La Cienega. Contown car taking up the right lane there. Tow truck is on the scene. Watch for delays. Cerritos, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 91 westbound at Bloomfield has been cleared from lanes. You drive recovering in that area. KFI and the Sky hopes to get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John McClain, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guest has to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflowed. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm an owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer: jobget.com. JobGet is the new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes who just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 months. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/works. Visit jobget.com/handle. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640.
Oh, baby, here am I, where you left me here so I could sit and cry. Gone, you were ever done to me. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Do you remember, baby, last September, how you held me tight each and every night? Oh, baby, how you drove me crazy, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore. There's no sense in crying. I've done everything that I tried. I've thrown away my time, wasted all my days over you. Now you close your lips, baby, now oh mine. Now and forever, till the end of time, I'll find somebody new, baby, will stay with you, and you won't matter anymore.
Coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Now, here's George.
Linda Ronstadt and her velvety pipes there, it doesn't matter anymore. A couple of weeks ago, you maybe read about this. There was a different recording of hers that saw a 4,000% increase in downloads on the various music platforms in one day after it had been used in a broadcast of HBO's series The Last of Us. And I tell you, I'm amazed that there are so many people who didn't know who she was, but I'm envious of them, of music fans who are just now discovering who Linda Ronstadt is and discovering her music if they're digging in. And she's still alive, lives in Arizona, and man, what a treasure she is. We have an hour remaining with my guest, Nick Redford, talking about runaway science, true stories of raging robots and high-tech horrors. And even if you are among those who believe that worries about AI are exaggerated, that it's not going to turn into Skynet and nuke all of us, the humans, and send Terminators after us, there are concerns that are already popping up. And the ones that get on
lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet to get him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed as a so that night. I heard the carnivore advertising, and so I said, you know what? I'm going to order this product. That way, at least I tried. They did the procedure. They did all the tests. To their surprise, they said, I don't know, when you did this product saved his eye.
George Nori here. I'm pleased to announce that Carnivora has officially launched its pet division. That's right. Both you and your pets can benefit from nature's nutritional powerhouse. Try Carnivora, and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. carnivora.com. Don't wait. Call today. Carnivora.com. Carnivora.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in-action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels. Enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
That's really the website.
Nick Redfern, before the break, I was mentioning a topic that's right in your wheelhouse. It's about gray aliens. And you have a chapter in this, which you wouldn't think fits into a book about robots and AI, but it does. I mean, a lot of people believe that those gray aliens that are so well known in UFO lore are in fact machines, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the angles, if you like, of the grays, they do act like robots. They just almost like worker bees is the best way to describe them. They don't do anything other than sort of abduct people and sort of take blood and DNA and things like that. The typical scenario of alien abductions. And one person who really expanded this story of the Greys being sort of biological robots. In 1997, his book was published the day after Roswell. Now, I need to sort of give the caveat that a lot of people believe the Corso story, and a lot of people don't. But so as you know. But basically, what he said was that the UFO crash at Roswell, or outside of Roswell. So in other words, we're talking about several angles to this story. The idea of biological robots, but not in a UFO, but in a time machine. But Corso himself said that the Greys were not just entities themselves. They were created biological entities. And as I said, his story is very complicated and controversial. So I recommend anybody to read his book and see what you think about it.
You speculate in the book about those who have said that these gray aliens are creations. They're in essence robots or androids sent here by some other intelligence to harvest souls. And I know there's a book you referenced from the mid-1990s, maybe 97, to get the name of the author. That is a story also, but it was told by Bob Lazar, by the way, in 1989. He said he read it in a report. Didn't say he believes it, wasn't endorsing it, that these visitors were here to harvest souls, as exotic and crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, actually, I remember, George, when Bob first came out and spoke about, the things he'd heard out at S4, part of Area 61, and there was that bit about containers and souls. That was kind of creepy, really. The
self-replicating probes. Avi Loeb is talking about doing that now, sending them to Mars from us. Things that basically would become autonomous and self-replicate in order to make those long-distance trips instead of humans.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Makes sense.
Oh, it does. It does. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things going on, right now in terms of technology. That things are, one side it's going, over, if you like, sort of over our heads. I mean, but if you look back, say 20 years and now look at today, things really are completely different,
Well, I tell you, the long-term possibilities, AI becoming self-aware, Skynet taking over, wiping out humans, sending Terminators, that's all interesting sci-fi scenarios. But there are actual things happening now that bother me. And with regards to privacy, if you note in your book, people have robotic vacuum cleaners in their homes. They have smart devices and smart TVs that spy on people, that listen. I'll just admit, I don't have Siri. I don't use Alexa. I have disabled the device in your car that allows you to contact help if you need it, because I don't like the idea of somebody listening through those devices to whatever I've got going on. Not that I'm planning the crime of the century in my home or in my car, but I don't like somebody listening to my phone calls, for example.
Mm-hmm. No, actually, I don't either. Echo, Alexa, I don't have them. And for me, I don't need them, and I don't want something like that in my house. Now, other people are happy to, and because you can get a lot of information. But there are these really sometimes comical, but also weird stories. Where some of these sort of housebound devices, if you like, if you've heard these stories, suddenly they'll come out with like a strange giggle or a laugh or something like that, and they just come out with random words. That makes me wonder, if there is some degree of AI, connected to that in some way.
Well, you have examples in your book that are pretty funny, but also not funny. For example, an Oregon couple had to unplug their Alexa device as their private conversations were recorded and sent to their friends on their contact list. Now, that could really lead to some trouble.
Yeah.
In another incident, a German man accidentally received access to 1,700 Alexa audio files belonging to a complete stranger. Those things happen. I'm thinking of like self-driving cars and some of the stories we've heard about what they do. So, the technology obviously is not perfect.
Hey, you're right. But you also said, George, about the privacy. And my concern would be that perhaps 20 years from now, people, won't care if they're being seen or not. I mean, that would be terrible, that, let's say, we're being spied on 24/7 and nobody cares, that would be like sort of, what was it, Fahrenheit,
451.
yeah, that's the one. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I know that when I first found out that my phones were being monitored a long time ago, it was an outrage at the time. And then as time went on, people just sort of got used to the idea that maybe all of their communications were being listened to. And as you documented in your book, there were these massive computers that were created by intelligence agencies to download pretty much everything. Recording conversations without wants, that really scares me way more than the idea of Skynet.
Oh yeah, I mean, it just makes me think, where are we going to be 10 years from now, and then 10 years after that, and so on, and so on. And I think if it sort of entered into society in a good, positive fashion, then things can work. But when it's sort of plunged on people, have that kind of angle of just like shock, you know. So I think we have to be very careful how technology is used and what can be done with it.
You write about transhumanism, about how the tendency, it looks like we are evolving into something else, that we will become or are becoming sort of a combination of humans and machines. You have people like Ray Kurzweil. We interviewed him on this program years ago, and you have a section in your book about him. Looking forward to the day when we can upload our mind into computers and become basically immortal. I'm not sure. You know, I guess there are obviously advantages if you could implant a cell phone into your brain and have access to all the information that's available on the internet. There'd be obvious advantages in your life, in business, in school, things like that. But I think we'll miss being humans.
Well, yeah. And I think, as you mentioned when we started talking, you know, when we're talking about the military, I mean, I could easily see, you know, 100 years from now, that, you know, troops who've lost an arm, lost a leg, that kind of thing, you know, maybe 2 years after or a year after, they can, you know, they'd be completely put together again, you know, and again, you know, part human, part robot. I can see that happening, and I think that would be, you know, that would be sort of normal, I guess. But if you look at the situation, that people in the future just won't find, you know, about people being sort of being 50-50 robots. That would be kind of a strange situation for us, I guess. But for people from 100 years from now, it won't be anything out of the wrong or the, you know, just forgotten a bit. It's just forgotten or left, you know.
Kurzweil, as you know, he refers to the event when we can upload our brain into a computer as the singularity, where we essentially merge with machines. And if we could live on the internet and sense it, our consciousness would live forever, immortality achieved. Kind of scary in more ways than one. Eventually, you wouldn't need a body, I suppose. You could live in a virtual reality kind of state. Makes you wonder if some of our encounters with unknown intelligence, call them aliens, that we can't see, we can't hear them, but we think they're there, whether that is what we're dealing with, is some really advanced civilization that's already uploaded into the cosmic internet.
Mm-hmm. And I think the most worrying thing is that it will, you know, sort of dehumanize us to a significant degree. All of this has the ability to do that, I should say. Doesn't mean this is going to happen or that is going to happen, but we need to be careful as to what we do and how far we go with this or that, to the point where we don't ourselves become robots, you know.
You write about the possibility that there might be a link to cattle mutilations, animal mutilation cases. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, that's a strange story. Very weird one. I got it from a story to Bill Salter, and he was someone who was in the U.S. military in intelligence, and he said that during the course of his work, that he was told by other military personnel that the cattle mutilations were done by extraterrestrials, but the actual cases, you know, the actual situation of mutilating the cattle was done. He said that there was the aliens, or some of them at least, were sort of inserting into the cattle herd, which is sort of like a really sinister situation, you know, because so built robots going out into the dead of night and either killing and taking away body parts, or even worse, inserting some sort of virus into the cattle herd, and that would eventually affect us as well. So, according to Salter, there was more to it, and it was a longer agenda, and we only know the half the party.
That's pretty interesting. I can tell you that the NIDS guys, the Bigelow's organization, that was at Skinwalker Ranch for 20 years, some of the animal mutilation cases that they investigated, they believe that they were done by machines. They don't know whose machines, but that they were, the one cat in particular in 1996 carved up in broad daylight as if it was taken somewhere else and then brought back and dropped there, carved up with machine-like precision, one with a heavy instrument and a smaller, sharper instrument, but as if mutilated by machine. It was so thorough.
Well, unfortunately, Dan Salter's dead now. He's not around, but he had a fairly sort of big story of viruses and these robotic spheres coming from the skies and so on. It's a fascinating story.
Anything like where they would build machines that look exactly like us and walk among us?
Well, what that was basically what Salter said was that the craft themselves were like a metal sphere, and they had these sort of probes which would affect the cattle. But supposedly that these small balls of metal would actually then fly away and so on. But he was adamant that the cattle mutilation was done by extraterrestrials or entities from other
realities.
Yeah.
We're talking with Nick Redfern about Runaway Science, his book about true stories of raging robots and high-tech horrors. When we come back, we'll take some calls from our listeners, see what's on your mind. The doors take us into the break, waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun, waiting for the sun, waiting for the sun.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rescue crews airlifted a couple and their cat out of the Tahunga Wash. LA Fire says the two and the kitty were camping when water washed in. Everyone's okay. It's police escorts for the Grapevine, but it is open. The National Weather Service is calling for more rain and snow today, so they may close it again. They say another inch of rain is coming for the coast and the valleys, up to 2 inches for the mountains and foothills, 18 inches of snow above 3,000 feet. The 29th Annual SAG Awards are in the books. The comedy drama Everything Everywhere All at Once won Best Cast. Lead actress Michelle Yeoh won Best Actor. ABC's Abbott Elementary took away Best Comedy Ensemble, and HBO's White Lotus won Best Drama Ensemble. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain, highs in the 40s to 50s. Right now it's 47 for Buena Park, Steel Beach is 51, 43 for Thousand Oaks, and 46 in Hollywood. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In North Hollywood, this is on the 170 northbound at Magnolia. We have a crash. Emergency crews are blocking that off-ramp. Your drive is busting up as you approach this area. Inglewood, this is on the 405 northbound at La Cienega. Good news, earlier stalled car that was in lanes has been cleared. Your drive is recovering in that area. In Anaheim, this is on the 5 northbound at Harbor. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Watch the slowing in that stretch. KFI of the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, Les Bass from Space shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is
No,
Sergei
no,
Brin.
thank you very much.
He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to the last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and get 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The people in prison committed the crimes, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crimes. And gangs are in the business of crime. John and Ken, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There is food where changes food. Spring
It's better.
breathe down. Is a wondrous power pretty song. Likes to say likes to shoot his don't know what it means. Don't know what it means to love someone.
Hold on.
We so
No. No, no. Yeah, I see.
Don't know what it means. Don't know what it means. There's something wrong. To talk to George Nat, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nat. That's Sturgill Simpson in bloom. He's kind of an oddity in that he's has sort of cosmic sensitivities for a country artist. Really clever stuff. My guest Nick Redfern writes in his new book, Runaway Science, in a very short period of time, we might see a radical change in what passes for human and what passes for robot. I don't exaggerate at all when I say the lines might blur quickly, very quickly. Clones, modified humans, designer babies, half-human robots, mix them all into the pot, and it's a really interesting time ahead of us in the next 10, 20 years. We're going to get to the phone, see what's in your mind. I'm almost reluctant to see what surprises might await us on these calls, but we'll jump into that right after this on Coast to Coast. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions and all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. lifelock.com.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so
Interesting.
yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/one small step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Nick Redfern, let's take some calls. Going to the wildcard line, my ad in New York. Good morning, young lady. How you doing?
Morning, gentlemen. What a wonderful show, George. A point of clarification, and then my main question, and I'll listen over the air. Like to know who the publisher is of Runaway Science. And I'd like to know, as you researched and wrote your book, I'd like some idea of your process, how long it took, and what your present assessment is of any ethical framework and blueprint in terms of protecting humanity. If you have my questions, I will listen over the air. Nick, I appreciate your work. Thank you, George.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you. I think it usually takes me about 9 months to write a book, and I'm pretty quick, so.
The publisher, Nick, is visibleinc.com.
Yeah, Visible Ink. Yeah.
Okay. On her question about ethical considerations, so, I mean, you've gone far down this rabbit hole. Is there a reliable way to put a collar on artificial intelligence to build in limitations on what it can do?
Well, yeah, I think limitations would be a good thing because we don't want to lose our humanity, and that, I think, more than anything else, is the most important thing when it's in the history and whatever's going to happen in the future. We need to keep that humanity. The last thing we want to end up is like grave, so we must be careful.
Yeah, I'm unconvinced that we really know how we can contain it and whether or not self-awareness. If I were an intelligent machine and I suddenly developed self-awareness, I don't think I'd tell us. I don't think I'd let the humans know that they were already kept to what was going on. It wouldn't be in their own interest.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
In Vancouver, Washington. Hi, Howard. Good morning.
Good, Nick. Howard.
Hi there. The problem that I see in the future is being able to tell what is actually artificial intelligence and what is really conscious, conscious intelligence. There's been a lot of research lately about human consciousness, and there's been a lot of debate about that. Some researchers believe that the consciousness is outside of the human brain. It's like a field around us, and it's like a TV set. The program is not in the TV. It's something that it picks up, receives. Now, in the future, someone may put together the right combination of circuits and chips, and something will actually become sentient, conscious. The problem will be how we'll be able to tell, what's artificial and what's not. Hell, I don't even think I could prove I'm intelligent. So how are we going to solve that problem?
I think that's the central question, isn't it, Howard? Nick, any thoughts?
Well, it was crackling a little bit. I didn't get the whole story.
Just trying to figure out what is the source of consciousness. You can have a machine that becomes self-aware, but is that consciousness? And how could we tell the difference?
Oh, yeah. Well, from my perspective, it's vital, that we have that awareness. If we lost that, we would lose everything. I won't say we're 100% unique. There's a lot of animals on the planet, which are incredibly intelligent as well. You only have to look at your pet cat and your pet dog, but in a different way. And, everything pretty much, as far as we know so far, is unique. The planet's almost unique.
Howard, I would say that the evidence, the kind of research that Bigelow and his organization are doing, the evidence that some of those scientists are doing, suggests that consciousness exists not as a product of the brain, but something else, that it exists independently of the brain. You look at near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, that consciousness continues even when the brain is dead. How far it goes, we don't know. But yeah, these are really big questions, and appreciate the call. Jason in Tumwater, Washington. Hi, Jason. You're on with Nick Redfern.
Hi, George. Thank you for taking my call, and thank you, Nick, for this fascinating topic tonight. I wanted to reach out and see what Nick's thoughts were on us as changing to transhumanism. How much are we willing to give up? It almost seems like we're being groomed with every new gadget and the internet and just everything. So you both discussed the gray aliens possibly harvesting souls. Is that like a paradox, kind of, to what, how much we're willing to give up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is possible that we could, sort of become like the Greys, not necessarily, looking exactly like us, but in the future, it is possible that, we could give away at least some degree humanity. And if that does happen, then it would be a terrible thing because we really are unique in one sense, And so, from my perspective, I think we need to sit down and be very careful as to what we do or what we plan to do in the future, because it's possible that we would not be able to go back when we've done it, and we've changed the human race. That would be just absolute destruction.
I'll say, Jason, I would predict that we go down that road because of the competitive advantage. Let's say you could get an implant tomorrow of 2 eyeballs that would give you super secret vision. You could see through walls. You could see through vaults. You could see, miles and miles away. People would jump at that. If you could have a chip implanted into your brain that allows your brain to access the internet, a cell phone, and have every fact in the world at your fingertips, the kind of advantage it gives you in business, in school, and just in your everyday life, people would jump at it. I think Nick is right in the sense that we might make sacrifices to give up our humanity for a step at a time as a competitive advantage, and then suddenly we're not humans anymore. And I'm already in that process.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not going to have a chip, so that's me. I'm done with chips.
Yeah. Interesting questions for sure, and big questions that we need to consider. Bill in Los Angeles. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, George, your Doors bumper tune reminded me that I have an analog recording, not digital, analog, of my high school rock band playing the same stage that Morrison and the Doors had played 7 years prior at my Glendale High School.
You're going to have to send me that to use for a bumper song.
Well, you don't know a geezer named Dennis Mitchell. He's got a copy.
I do know Dennis. Yeah, I know him really well. Sure.
Anyway, I'm a fellow Luddite, George, and maybe it's because of my journalism background like yours, but I think that we're creating like an unromantic digital dystopia that's destroying privacy and personal interaction. And I'm with Joe Walsh when he says I'm an analog man. I think paper, books, analog film, videotape, and non-internet flip phones like this old thing I'm using are simple, dependable, realistic, and they're personally fulfilling, and they don't clandestinely spy on us or allow millions of people to instantly plagiarize and become boring, confused, lonely clones.
Well, I like how you think. If you saw my office at home or my office at KLAS or any of the secret stashes of paper I have everywhere, I don't trust machines. I've lost too many things to digital mishaps. So I read books, physical books, and keep a copy of pretty much everything on paper, but I know where you're coming from. Nick, you want to jump into that?
Well, I was just going to say that, this angle of how things could become bleak, and so on. The fact is, we're not being forced to go into that angle. It's like with, for example, the spies in the home. We don't have to have those things, There's other technology which would be great to keep, particularly like I mentioned, soldiers who've lost arms, that kind of thing. But for the negative side of it all, we're not forced to go down that path. And so I think, we need to stand up and be who we are and stay that way. There's no reason why we have to go, become robotic slaves or anything like that. We can walk away from it.
Bill, thanks for the call. Norman in St. Louis is calling in on the wildcard line.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good.
I've
I've noticed in the last, I'm in St. Louis, and the last probably 5 years or so, I'm an early riser, so I do all my shopping early. So I'm half awake, but 6 in the morning, I get a grocery store and Menards, like a Lowe's, Menards hardware store, get my supplies. But I'll be kind of notice something behind me, and turn around, and it's not a person, it's someone mopping the floor, but it's a computer mopping the floor, or now they got them where they're doing inventory. And I'm thinking, half of me's thinking, boy, this is a genius, you can't call in sick because you were drunk last night, or this, that, and the other. But on the other hand, you're putting 2 or 3 people out of work in the overall economy, and who determines these sort of things, and you get what I'm saying, worse, so moral ethics of replacing, say, half a store with computers that are more efficient or whatnot. And then, I'm a Christian, so I believe, that Jesus created everything, and everything he created is perfect and perfectly harmonious and self-sustaining. And, we keep tampering with stuff like this GMO food, and we keep tampering with, spraying chemicals from airplanes and pesticides and all this mess. And what do we got now? We got nothing to eat. It's what we got, poison water. So, I just say, leave well enough alone. Leave stuff the way God made it. That's my opinion.
Thanks, Norman. Any comment there, Nick?
Yeah, we do have to be very careful. You made a good point there. We do have to be careful as to what we do and what we don't do. Because we just don't know what is going to happen. And if we go the right way, things will be good, and vice versa as well. But what I would also say is that if we are going to go down this pathway, and certainly technology is growing and growing, and don't get me wrong, I'm not against technology. I mean, I'm for technology, but we need to work with it in a situation where we can say, wow, we did the right thing. So
I tell you, Nick, I'm more concerned about human use of technology than the technology itself getting out of hand. We didn't get into this, but in your book you have a section about smart TVs and can they be used as surveillance devices? And I think the answer is yes. I'm not concerned about my TV. I'm concerned about the people who might use my TV to listen in for whatever reason, and using my robotic vacuum cleaner if I had one, or listening in the car devices. That's what bothers me is the mass surveillance that our government agencies have proven that they will use that technology if they get a chance.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, all of that can be used against us, if you like, and I mean that that there are certain people who would love it if we'd all got TV, one of those TVs in their room, or we've got just a device in the living room. They would love it.
Well, we all carry little surveillance devices in our pockets, don't we? We all have one.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the perfect surveillance device. There you are at every time, every moment of the day. And Dick Redford, thanks very much. It's always great to talk to you. Runaway Science, True Stories of Breaking Robots and High-Tech Horrors, a great read. You're always welcome here, my friend.
Thanks, George. Thank you.
All right. Keep us in the loop. Thanks also to Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action, and to my colleagues there at Coast to Coast, Michael Cosio and Donald Walker, Ryan Stacy, Dan Gloney, Chris Boros, Lisa Lyon, and Tom Danheiser, and of course George Norrie. By the way, if you're in Pasadena next weekend, Alien Con is underway. Be there. Jeremy Corbell, my colleague, people like Eric Von Daniken, Jay Stratton, who headed the UAP task force, and his colleague Travis Taylor, a lot of really interesting speakers. So it's there on the 4th and 5th. Check it out. I'm George Knapp. I'll be back in a couple of weeks seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number to put in a false claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare
It's
fraud?
so funny.
Just like I check my credit
What's
card
funny?
statement, I check my Medicare statement.
I was gonna steal that fucking extender thing downstairs.
Did not have son. Get reported.
I want everybody to just steal that extender.
To report Medicare
I'm
fraud,
gonna
call
kill the power.
855-613-7080.
A Uline. They know going the extra mile takes
Really?
hard work. For companies
Yeah.
pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard, keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way
What
to
else
the
am I
extra
gonna
mile. Visit uline.com.
Are they gonna kill
Hey, all
power?
Steve Sharp, did you hear the news? Yeah,
I was gonna move that
California
thing.
Utilities
I was gonna
Commission
sneak
changed
in the
rates by
garage.
which solar
I
customers
always
are
thought that there was
credited
one
for their
behind the
power output.
washer.
It's called
I was gonna
net
steal
metering
that one.
3.0. It's now
I'll
the
plug it
law.
right there.
No one is happy about
Really?
it.
Yeah.
Because
And
you're
just stick it in there in the clothes
75%
and
less
it's all
credit
over.
from the big
And
power
if they ever
companies.
ask me, have I seen it, I would say, no, I've
There's a
never seen it. And I would deny it to the rest of the stuff. And then I'd be like, oh, I didn't know exactly what you meant. They'd be like, that's the one that was just lost like yesterday. And I'd be
Point is
like,
this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time.
I don't know
Which
what to
means
tell you.
now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock
What
in
are you
net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on
You could
solar
get some
you
water.
will ever see. Start today at
Why?
sunlux.com. Sunlux.
I'm sure that's a problem.
CSLB 100
Start solar. Simulating talk.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
DWP Workers Hurt. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Department of Water and Power workers in intensive care after suffering an injury while trying to restore power to the San Fernando Valley. LA Department of Water and Power General Manager Martin Adams says workers have restored power to more than 98,000 homes. There are still some without power today. Crews have an order to their repair work, broken or down power lines first, then individual areas. 61 new beds have been set up for homeless in Long Beach. The city says they'll keep the new beds up until at least next week. The beds are available from 6 p.m. to about. Mudslide in La Cañada, Flint Ridge gave way and damaged 3 homes. One has been declared uninhabitable. Officials say the slide is 40 feet wide, no injuries reported. A rock slide in Ojai has shut down State Route 33 in the Los Padres National Forest. No injuries, but engineers will need open. Department of Energy says the COVID pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. Mark Mayfield has more.
That's according to multiple reports, which cite a classified intelligence report that was delivered to key lawmakers last month. It adds that the department made the assessment with low confidence. U.S. government agencies have been divided over whether the health emergency began in China as a result of a lab leak or whether it emerged naturally. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The price of gas is on the rise again. AAA says the current average cost of a gallon of self-serve regular is now $4.84. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain today, highs in the 40s to 50s. Right now it's 47 in Placentia, Huntington Beach is 50, 44 in Pasadena, and 42 in Valencia. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In North Hollywood, this is on the 170 northbound at Magnolia. We have a crash. Emergency crews blocking that off-ramp. Your drive is clutching up as you approach this area. Inglewood, we have good news. Earlier stalled car that was on the 4 area. Anaheim, this is on the 5 northbound at Harbor Boulevard. We have cleanup crews from an earlier crash out of lanes and on the right shoulder. KFI and the Sky Hope get you there faster. I'm Brian Dan. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there.
Really, no, really.
Listen to Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I'd like to thank everyone who voted us the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Number 5.
LA Times and Inland Empire magazine readers voted us the best. I'm sensing a trend here.
Number 4.
Your winners get $500 cash every half hour. And cable games with the report card. Wednesday to Thursday, 0 to 10 p.m.
3.
Virginia White and John Peters live March 10th. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
Pay with points. Play, earn, and get the food, gifts, and gas with your rewards points. It couldn't be easier.
And the number 1 reason.
Russell Sanders is now open. The best chicken sandwiches are here. Come taste what all the cousins about.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good times for everybody. David Horowitz thinks the 2024 election could be America's last. That's the startling conclusion in his new best-selling book. Yeah, his new bestseller is called Final Battle. David Horowitz, he reveals an effort he says is led by far-left Democrats, big media, and a new woke generation looking to forever change U.S. culture within our schools, our churches, even our military. Horowitz explains how attacks on our electoral college, Supreme Court, the integrity of the electoral system, and other customs undermines the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Horowitz sees Americans speaking in different and antagonistic political languages, with the two parties so polarized that he thinks the American way of life itself is at risk. Horowitz names the players working behind the scenes to undermine our enduring institutions. Find Final Battle in bookstores or check out the free offer and save $28. Just call 1-800-NEWSMAX, that's 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go online to finalbattle611.com, finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640.
Yeah, sure.
This program has been pre-recorded. Good evening, everyone. You're in the right place at the right time. This is Coast to Coast AM, blasting out of the Mojave Desert like a Scirocco, blazing across the land, slamming into your radio like a supercharged nanoparticle of unobtainium. Greetings from the boldest, bawdiest, most outrageous city in the world, the planetary capital of sun, fun, sin, sex, and secrets. My not-so-humble hometown, Las Vegas, Nevada. My name is George Knapp, your occasional host, designated driver of the airwaves, and moderator of tonight's upcoming cacophonous cavalcade conversation. What's shaking out there? It's like much of North America is under a storm warning, or is already being pummeled, or is about to be pummeled by snow, or rain, or wind, or all of the above. If you were one of the many who was trying to get from Southern California to Las Vegas, or the other way around over the past couple of days, well, you are, I believe the technical term for it is SOL. Roads and highways were impassable in places, plane flights were canceled, delayed, airports shut down, lots of grumbling for travelers headed in both directions, and it's even worse elsewhere, I guess, around the country. But hey, tonight you're huddled inside, maybe in your home or apartment or cabin or in your car
autonomous drones becoming weapons of war, or poses the one newspaper these days. We are likely past the point when we need to consider the potential consequences. Fortunately, we have Nick Redburn gather up a wide swath of issues, incidents, and examples and predictions. He's got a new book called Runaway Science. The case he makes is that it's not paranoia to pay attention to potential high-tech horrors, exercising caution, headlong into an uncertain future. Nick joins us 2 hours from now. First, though, we'll hear about some horrors that are not from the world of science fiction. Sadly, they're real, and they're unfolding right now. An intense undercover investigation by animal welfare has just been made public. The team fanned out across 3 countries, spent months gathering evidence about what happens to horses from the U.S. As you know, we don't eat horses here. It's a cultural thing, of course, as a society. We decided we do not eat certain beings, dogs, cats, horses. Well, in some parts of the world, there are a dwindling number of folks who do eat these animals. There are no horse slaughterhouses in the U.S. anymore. It's been illegal since 2007. Nor are we supposed to allow horses to be sent elsewhere for slaughter, but it happens daily, tens of thousands of times per year. And if possible, the treatment of these horses on their way to slaughter is almost worse than the process for meat. I know this is a tough subject to handle, so we'll try to be sensitive to the ears of our listeners, but it's a story that needs to be told. Wayne Vaselli has been my guest many times on this program. He's led some of the largest animal organizations in the world, currently the founder of Animal Wellness Action and president of the Center for Humane Economy, and works with Congress, state legislatures, and with the business world with the message that what is good for animals is most likely good for business too, for the planet and for humans. Wayne joins us with news from the front lines of the animal welfare battles, the full scoop on this undercover study about horse slaughter, and also news about animal fighting rings, the fight to save wolves, kangaroos, and the decency in the treatment of food animals, those caught in these massive factory farms that we've discussed over the show. I know we always get a strong reaction when Wayne is here, and no less of his time, he joins us momentarily. Webmaster Ryan Stacy and I have pulled together our usual assortment of items and articles sold from various news sources around the world. One of us read this report about the horses that we'll be discussing tonight. They posted that link there in Nash News. You can read it later if you don't have time to do so tonight during our discussion. A couple of recent stories relate to concerns about robots and artificial intelligence. Many of you out there are already experimenting with these popular AI links. We're having conversations with AI entities. They're getting the right to term paper or do your artwork. Take a look at our stories if you get a chance before Nick Redburn joins us later. Also tonight, a story there about telescopes. They've done amazing discoveries in the last week or so. You've been reading about this? Galaxies that shouldn't really be there? Have these discoveries broken our understanding of the cosmos? Not quite yet, anyway. And perhaps describing on the members out there, we can tell about the surveillance that modern drivers operate on. It used to be a job that sort of personified personal freedom. Be out there on the road on your own. Not anymore. I'm not sure anyone is under more surveillance than truckers. Those stories and more in Naps News. And while you're on the website, check out how to become a Coast Insider. The cost is about 15 cents a day. If you subscribe for a year, it gives you access to a huge archive of programs and interviews, including the Art Vault. You can listen anytime you want, as often as you want, in the unlikely event that you can't stay up late here with us for the live broadcast. Also, check the link about how to subscribe to Beyond Belief. That's George Norrie's television program, which he interviews fascinating guests, similar to what George does so well here on the radio. With that, let's assume the position. Bring in the dog and the cat and the pudgy pork-bellied pig. Put on a pot of joe. Slide your bod into those fuzzy flannel jammies and your toes into your best bunny slippers. Yourself down at a comfy spot. Turn down the lights and turn up the radio, because we're about ready to rumble. In a moment, Wayne Vaselli from Animal Wellness Action revealing a dirty secret about American horses. I'm George Knapp, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Wagget's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the 7-novel series, and all future graphic novels. Enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, on marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. If you served in the Marine Corps, by now you know about the contaminated water problem at Camp Lejeune. If you were stationed or worked at Camp Lejeune from 1953 to 1987, you probably have a lot of questions. We have some answers. You could be entitled to compensation. Millions of dollars are being allocated to pay for damages to anyone stationed at Camp Lejeune during that time. Unfortunately, it appears that officials may have known the contaminated water problem existed and did little to protect their men. The Semper Fi code was not honored. If you or someone in your family has developed a serious illness, including various forms of cancer, call this Camp Lejeune legal support line right now. You can't turn back the clock and change what happened, but you can certainly call right now and learn your rights as a Marine. Here's the number. Call 800-236-8989. 800-236-8989. That's 800-236-8989. Paid for by Legal Alert Line. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slowing on spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast to purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. bullionmax.com/coast.
Welcome back. Wayne Caselli works at the highest levels of animal welfare issues and fights. He lobbies Congress and state legislatures, negotiates with huge corporations and businesses to try to make this a better world for people and animals. He founded Animal Wellness Action and serves as president of the Center for a Humane Economy. He's written and published 2 powerful books about animal welfare issues. He works hard to improve conditions for millions of beings that can't stand up for themselves. Wayne, welcome back. Always great to have you here.
George, I'm so pleased to be with you. Thank you.
Can you differentiate for us about the 2 organizations, the Center for Humane Economy and Animal Wellness Action? Are they sort of 2 sides of the same coin?
They are in some ways, George, but they have different areas of focus, but they're complementary. Animal Wellness Action is a 501c4 organization, which means it can conduct more lobbying than your traditional charity.
To be honest with you,
is to influence government, because
this guy
government
did.
has an enormous role to play in
Sound that bad. What did he do?
to stop people from
Kissed the girl on the
animals,
cheek?
because in the relationship that we have with animals, we've got all the power. If you
Something
don't have a
else?
law to prohibit
It did not
dog
sound that
fighting,
serious.
you know, in a country of 330 million people, you can have 10,000 people, a tiny minority, wreaking havoc. We can't convince those people to stop, so the law must speak. The Center
I'm
for
from the
Humane
birthday
Economy
of my dad. People
works
say World War
in
II.
corporations. The biggest businesses in food retail, like Walmart or Costco, the biggest names in fashion, like Armani, the biggest names in pharmaceuticals, like AstraZeneca and Pfizer. We try to get them to include animal welfare in their business operations. That means their R&D programs, their purchasing practices, and other aspects of their businesses. So those, to me, are the 2 biggest levers for animal welfare. The problem with animals is cruelty, but it's systemic cruelty. It's big operations like factory farms, like animal testing, horse slaughter. You can't rescue your way out of these problems. You've got to really change the fundamentals of how we're treating these animals. And that's why Animal Wellness Action and the Center for Humane Economy have this 2-pronged approach of business and governance.
You and I talked about this before. It's, you have to just walk a fine line. No one wants to be lectured about what they should or can eat. But you can educate people about the practices where the food that they eat comes from.
That's really good. That was a sick one. They had the big thing of water. The jug like you were in a Wild West book every night. Milk and chocolate.
Animals better just by their buying, right?
No, of course, George, and none of us want to be a scold. None of us want to tell people what to do. But it's important for all of us who care about animals. And I rarely find someone who doesn't care about animals. You have to be a hard-hearted person, not
Wow,
It's been a big issue. I've worked on it for years. When I was working on it in the early 2000s.
I was telling Yoshi.
We finally
Yoshi, you tell him the story.
He's like, oh, dude, my God, so far. There were two in Texas, one in Illinois. It was through state lawmaking and judicial actions that we shut those plants down. You know, Texas had a 1949 law. So you think of that. Go back to the very end of the first half of the 20th century, and Texas, which is a conservative state, it's a rural state, it's an agriculture state. The legislature there said, we don't want to kill horses for human consumption. We're stopping it. But nobody paid attention to that law until there was a suit in the early 2000s to put an end to it. Illinois had a plant in DeKalb, about an hour outside of Chicago, and that was shut down. Then the Congress said, well, we don't like this very much. We're going to defund any horse slaughter inspection. So we're not going to provide any money for the U.S. Department of Agriculture to inspect these slaughter plants, and we are going to make sure that they don't reopen. The problem is, horses then were put on trucks and shipped to camp in Mexico alive so they could be killed at slaughter plants just north of our border, in Montana and Vermont, and then south of our border in Texas and New Mexico, to be killed in Mexico. And I just thought, and I know a lot of other horse advocates like you and others thought, my God, this is terrible that these horses are trucked sometimes for hundreds or even more than 1,000 miles and butchered in Mexico, mainly for human consumption and sent to Japan or to Russia or to China. This is a terrible fate to befall animals who played such a role in the settlement of our country and the expansion of our country and continue to serve important roles in commerce and recreation for us in contemporary times. This is just awful. And I knew it was a bloody, barbaric business. And, we sent with our partner organization, Animals, Angels, people around the country, as you noted in your setup, and also to Canada and Mexico to look at this. And the report is just startling in so many ways.
Tell me, the slaughter, we'll get to that, the slaughter part of it, but the treatment of these horses, what kind of horses end up in this process, and what happens to them along the way? Because that really gets to me in reading how they are treated in their final days.
I think that's the takeaway from the report is the treatment before the slaughter, that once these horses get into the hands of what's called a kill buyer, the treatment of the animals just hits the floor. They basically just have a survival mentality, the kill buyer for the horses. They don't provide any care for them. They treat them like the worst kind of baggage you can imagine. And they're coming out of the many places where horses live in our society. They could be coming off of the racetrack. They could be coming out of the police precinct for the mounted horses. They could be coming off of a ranch or some other work setting. They could be coming out of the show ring. They could be coming from an owner who just says, listen, I don't have the time, to give to the horse, and I want to go to an auction, hope the horse lands with someone who is going to care for them better. And these kill buyers, these predatory kill buyers, show up at these auctions. They often misrepresent themselves for low dollars. Then they put them on a truck and they ship them to Canada or Mexico. Other times they menace horse advocates. They're known to many horse rescues and horse advocates, and they say, listen, if you don't give us enough money, we're going to kill this horse. We're going to send this horse to Mexico. And that puts the animal advocates in a terrible position of trying to pony up money to save these horses. Industry. The good news, George, is that the numbers are going down, and we can really finish off this industry.
Yeah, I was amazed by where the numbers were a few years ago and where they are now. But it's still, I think, in this study, it can still be 20,000 horses a year here, right?
It's a lot of animals. If you think of 30 horses jammed onto one of these trucks, and you think 20,000, of these horses a year, that's 666 shipments of horses filling a truck every year. That's 2 a day going over borders, and just think of these horses there. With these big, beautiful eyes, these long legs, these powerful bodies. Well, there's a threat, they run, and that's their great gift, is their ability to run at 45 miles an hour. They can't run from these people. They are then jammed into these trucks. They have the stallions and the mares bunched together. They are frightened. They know that something is wrong, and they go on a passage of hundreds of miles or 1,000 miles, where they are just treated like, an animal just waiting to die. They just don't give any consideration for their well-being. And it used to be, George, that in 1990, just to take, a 30-year span of this, we were killing 350,000 American horses. They were being slaughtered at plants throughout the United States, slaughter plants, or they were being shipped to Canada and Mexico. It dropped because of concerns about cruelty, concerns about food safety. These horses are coming off of ranches and racetracks where they have substances administered to them, like butazolidine, which is an anti-inflammatory, that's forbidden for consumption by humans. That no cattle, no pigs, no animals traditionally used for food or administered with that substance, or another 125 substances that are headed for the food chain. Now, not the food chain in the United States, fortunately, but the food chain in Japan or China or Russia. And a lot of people are now concerned about this food safety issue. They're concerned about the animal welfare. And let's also note that no one's raising these horses for food. They're opportunistically gathered up by these kill buyers, and they're misrepresenting who they are. Very few people who go to an auction want their horses going to slaughter. And, for us to see the misrepresentations that occur for a lot of these, and a lot of these things, is just another aspect of this mass betrayal by humans of horses who play such a role in our human experience.
We're talking with Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action. We'll continue our conversation about horses, in particular about wild horses, how many of them end up in this pipeline, and then expand the conversation to other species. Bob Dylan, Shelter from the Storm.
But in another lifetime, what toys love? When blackness was about you, the road was full of love. I came in from the wilderness, a creature void of form. Come here, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. And if I pass this way again, you can rest assured I'll always do my best for her, on that I give my word. In a world that's still out death and men, I'm fighting to be warm. Come here, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. Not a word was spoke between us. KFI, news of the hour, on the half, and when it breaks.
Ivory Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. It's police escorts for the Grapevine, but it is open. National Weather Service is calling for more rain and snow today, so they may close it again. They say an inch of rain is coming for the coast and the valleys, up to 2 inches for the mountain and foothills, and 18 inches of snow above 3,000 feet. At least 3 motorhomes were swept into the Santa Clara River after an embankment collapsed inside an RV park. This happened in Valencia. No one was inside the motorhomes when they fell into the river. No injuries reported. And if you're feeling a little blue with all this rain, you're not alone. Seasonal affective disorder is a type of depression attached to lack of sunshine. Helpline.com says rainy days contribute to sadness, depression, and food cravings. What are we craving? Carbs. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain, highs in the 40s and 50s. Right now it's 47 in Cypress. San Clemente has 45. It's 46 in Northridge and 49 in Long Beach. We link local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Bobby Green Tennis.
In El Segundo, it's on the 105 eastbound at Sepulveda Boulevard. We have a crash there out of lane and on the right shoulder, but watch for looking through the lanes as you approach. And in North Hollywood, this is on the 170 northbound at Magnolia Boulevard. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash, blocking the off-ramp there. Watch the slowing in that stretch. Inglewood, we have good news. Earlier stall start that was on the 405 northbound at La Cienega has been cleared from lanes. Your drive-through
American cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Brin. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how languages learn.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now. Thought about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done with esprit de corps and honor. No money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about the roof? Semper's a Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupons, $500 off for military, first responders, plus 0 down 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. On approved credit expires 3/31/23. CSW 97852. AM 640. More stimulating talk. Never miss your favorite guest or topics ever again. Remember, a one-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Yes. Right. Lazy to So I want you suffering. Is there
continue our conversation with Wayne Pastelli about horses, and then expand it into an even larger arena, a larger issue, an area where you can help in a very direct way just by making a call or sending an email. Back in a moment. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions in all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, to even millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
Just like that, yeah. Yeah.
Wayne Pastelli, it seems like a lot of people have to look the other way for this to happen, to keep happening. Horses crammed into these corrals right there near the border, trucks packed with horses crossing into Canada and Mexico. I mean, how many clues does one need to see this? Your investigators saw it with their own eyes, right?
They did in 10 states and 2 countries. You know, one takeaway, George, is there are just 2 plants now operating in Canada. There's one in Alberta, and it's called Vouvray LTD, and then there's one in Quebec, and it's beyond Richelieu. And the Alberta facility is incredible. It's a vast, holding area outside of the slaughterhouse. No shelter, no protection whatever for these horses. Our team documented minus 30-degree temperatures. I mean, these horses are, they can withstand something, but not minus 30 with no shelter and no place to go. If you're a wild horse out on the range, you can seek shelter. But when you're packed in a corral and you've got nothing to protect you from minus 30-degree wind and chill and just bitter cold, that is also an animal welfare issue. Freezing an animal to death is an animal welfare issue. And, we just found so many problems that nothing could be worse for the horse than ending up in the hands of the kill buyer and then being funneled into the slaughter pipeline.
What kind of reaction to the report so far, say on Capitol Hill or regulatory agencies? Is anyone paying attention, or is it going to take the public to get involved to really raise some help?
Well, they're paying attention, but the only way that things will change is if we, as an American people, get riled up about this. The Congress already has, weighed in on this topic and said no slaughter in the United States.
eventually, after more mistreatment, more neglect, shipping them down to be butchered. You know, these horses have eyes as wide as saucers, you know, once they see other horses being killed right in front of them. I mean, just think about this. You know, these are conscious beings. They're prey animals at some level. They're alert. They see an animal killed in front of them. I mean, my God, it's a horror movie. You know, if human beings had to endure that sort of thing, we would understand and immediately empathize with the terror that someone would feel with the inevitability of death. You know, right there. So that's what happens to these horses, and it happens without us knowing. And that's why it's so important that our investigators at Animal Wellness Action and our partner organization, Animals Angels, you know, pull back the curtain and see what the hell's going on here.
Is there an argument to be made, or has anyone tried this? It's really humane because these are abandoned animals. That's preventing them by slaughtering them. At least they're not starving to death slowly. They're abandoned. You know, somebody's got rid of them, doesn't want them, that they'll just die on the side of the road if we don't do this.
Well, that's been the argument, George. You articulated. I know that's not your view. You're being a good journalist in iterating their argument. Yeah, I have a few responses. Number one, you know, we have some abandoned dogs and cats. We have homeless dogs and cats. But, you know, the difference in this as a commercial opportunity, you and I and others who care about animals see this as a moral responsibility. That's a great difference. You know, the other aspect of this is that what could be worse? What could be worse than falling into the hands of these people? I'd rather be abandoned than fall into the hands of the kill buyer, because I know what my fate is going to be. I know that I'm going to be injured. I know I'm going to be terrorized. I know I'm going to be butchered if I
sent you a list of UFO documentaries with links to the major
you know, there are
ones that I find helpful.
Humane organizations all over this country. They are working hard to help animals every day.
I sent you a link
We
to.
don't do this with dogs and cats because there is some level of abandonment. We don't.
I sent you a link
that we are going to trust into Canada and Mexico, slaughter them, and then send them to South Korea or China. We just don't do that.
All right, let's talk for a moment about BLM and wild horses. I know that, you know, I've heard these stories for years. We've documented some of it, that wild horses are supposed to be protected. They end up with these kill wires as well, and they get put into this pipeline. I don't know if we know how many of them, but BLM continues to round them up. You headed an organization
we're getting everything ready. There's a farm bill. Every 5 years, the Congress does a massive farm bill that puts together provisions related to agriculture and food and nutrition. And it also includes animal welfare issues because the Animal Welfare Act is under the control of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, that has the closest touch on this horse slaughter issue. So we're going to try to attach an amendment to the farm bill this year. So urge your senators, your U.S. representatives to support a ban on horse slaughter, and that includes live export of horses for slaughter and burros for slaughter in Canada and Mexico.
Yeah, it's got to stop. So along the same lines, while they're on the phone, they can maybe make a call about the FDA regulations. This is unbelievable to me that it was ever the law of the land. The fact that it's still the law of the land is amazing, but the FDA requires animal testing, meaning killing, torturing, experimenting on animals for a whole range of products, right?
Well, this happened for 84 years, George. There's a 1938 Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act, a statute that, again, like its name sounds, regulates food, drugs, and cosmetics. There was a provision, the drug testing piece, and every sort of drug that we think about, a pain medication, an Alzheimer's drug, a cancer drug, really important stuff. But we were requiring.
Review for violating the committee. What's the committee vote? No. Please check your account.
Yeah. I think we got them. All right, we're having a problem with the. All right, we're talking about the Food and Drug Administration, Wayne Pacelli's organization, the Center at Animal Wellness Action and the Center for a Humane Economy are two of the ones that have been sort of leading the charge, trying to get the change in these regulations that for a lot of years required private companies, big companies, and corporations to conduct animal testing. The research, I think Wayne would be probably the better person to say about this, but the research has shown that animal testing does not work. It's a simple fact that the kind of tests that are carried out on animals, millions of animals, torturous experiments, subjecting them and exposing them to all kinds of chemicals and other harmful substances just don't work because the test results are not applicable to humans. That's the basic truth of what's come out after dozens of years. So, Wayne, I think you're back with us. I was just trying to explain in my very vague way about the FDA regulations and the fact that the test results from animal experiments just don't work.
George, this is 84 years. We, as the United States government, mandated animal tests, multi-generational for every new drug. And drugs really define our medical work in the United States. I mean, we have a drug for every sort of affliction. We have palliatives and, attempted cures that afflict human beings. Cancer is still widespread. We've got Alzheimer's and other neurological diseases that are creating havoc for our families, for our friends, and so many people that we know. We're not finding many cures. At the root of this is this problem with investigational drugs. And, we're doing testing on animals for two purposes. Safety, so we want to try to screen the drugs, which makes, of course, eminent sense to see that if you take a drug, it doesn't kill you because of side effects. Then we test it for efficacy and efficiency, that the drug is going to do as advertised. So this has been the standard since the Depression era, and perhaps in the 1930s, it made sense. It made sense because animals were perhaps the best proxy for human beings. If you couldn't test on animals, you couldn't test on humans in an ethical way, then animals are the next closest thing. The problem, as you know, George, is that data are conclusive. The data show that in 90 to 95% of cases where the animal tests clear a drug for safety and efficacy, it fails in human clinical trials. I mean, a 90 or 95% failure rate is extraordinary. If you're a free throw shooter in the NBA and you're hitting 5 or 10% of your shots, you cut from the team the very next day. I mean, even in baseball, where you're a success if you get 3 hits out of 10 at bats, this isn't even close to that. And this is sending
terms of our testing protocols, the Congress recognized it. Rand Paul, a conservative senator, who's an MP from Kentucky, he helped lead this effort with Cory Booker, a liberal from New Jersey, other medicine in that form of a and get much more reliable results. So this, I think, George, represents about an incredible, 75% of all animal testing is drug development. So with this mandate is truly one of the great advances in the contemporary animal protection movement. But now we have to make sure that the Food and Drug Administration, working with the pharmaceutical companies, with academic institutions like UNLV, or USC, or Yale, or Harvard, now actually going to use these 21st century testing strategies and not keep relying on eagles and primates and other animals whose lives are sacrificed often for no valuable purpose.
We're talking with Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action. When we come back, wolves, kangaroos, cockfighting, dog fighting, a lot of ground still to cover here. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast. Marvin Gaye takes us into the break. I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients refer to family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, and more. Grocery store-anchored commercial real estate offers day-one cash flow from high-credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation-fighting triple net lease, and more. Information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301 available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. Common sense left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back. KOST-82.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Mudslide. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A mudslide in La Cañada, Point Ridge, gave way and damaged 3 homes. Officials say the slide is 40 feet wide. No injuries reported. They're watching it. Parts of Topanga Canyon are still covered in a rock slide. Officials say closures continue to be a problem for the area. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is considering adding the California spotted owl to their protected list. If that happens, it will reverse the Trump administration decision. UC Berkeley Central Sierra Snow Lab says the California snowpack is almost double the amount as usual. It stands at 432 inches, with more snow arriving daily. A Department of Water and Power worker in L.A. suffering an injury while trying to restore power to the San Fernando Valley. More than 98,000 homes since the weekend, but there are still some without set up for the homeless in Long Beach. The city says they'll keep these new beds up until at least next week. The beds are available from 6 p.m. to about 8 a.m. at the Long Beach Multi-Service Center. A man's body was found in a ditch near a hiking trail in Altadena. Authorities believe the man was a transient and his death may be weather-related. The Department of Energy says the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. Mark Mayfield has more.
U.S. government agencies have been divided over whether the health emergency began in China as a result of a lab leak or whether it emerged naturally. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CNN on Sunday there's no definitive answer on the origins of COVID. He added there are a variety of views on the question within the intelligence community.
Southside weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain, highs in the 40s and 50s. Right now it's 48 in Santa Ana. Mission Viejo at 43. 70 Hills checks in at 47 and at 45 in Moore Park. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In North Hollywood, this is on the 170 northbound at Magnolia. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash blocking the off-ramp there. Watch for delays as you approach this area. And in El Segundo, this is on the 105 eastbound as the Boulevard up. Little fender there, out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Antelope Valley, this is on the 14 northbound at Bluffton Highway. You have a crash there. That's taking up the middle lane. CHP's on the way. Watch for delays as you approach. KFI, this guy hopes to get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes.
Gosh, you remember when you said hi?
Getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Internet, say I want my medical bill paid, I want my car fixed, I want my money, I want my accident lawyer. 920-008-1. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tilton, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a big thing. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640.
drive them out of business. Fast forward to now, when we've seen these big spikes in the cost of eggs. And you knew inevitably, invariably, somebody would try to blame it on humane standards. Oh my gosh, this is driving that out of business. This is what we told you would happen if you tried to give chickens more room to live. It would drive up the cost of eggs. Well, is that really what's going on? We're going to find out here in a moment. The Coast to Coast AM.
Breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, the administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to be diversified. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, and you can buy it at bullionmax.com/post. That's right. Bullion Max will ship the gold and silver fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver are the world's oldest, most fluid form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to bullionmax.com/coast and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up just for you listeners. Again, go to bullionmax.com/coast now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. bullionmax.com/coast. bullionmax.com/coast.
Attention men, here's a great way to have more fun in bed and save money. If you were to take something like Viagra, they can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Yes, $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men to improve their performance and confidence. You'll love them. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get 50 or more for around $100. Just hundreds of dollars off retail prices. That's enough to buy your date a nice dinner. Don't pay expensive prices for Viagra. Call now. Order 50 or more of our blue pills and pay as little as $2 a pill and save hundreds of dollars. Call anytime for confidential shipping.
Call Steel Man Pills now at 800-NEW-BLUE. 800-NEW-BLUE.
Pills.
800
I like it.
NEW-BLUE.
I'm still mad.
That's 800. Wayne Pacelli, let's talk chickens. Seems like your work often involves chickens. I think they're, maybe I'm exaggerating, the most abused animal on the planet, given all that is done to chickens around the world. But this latest issue of egg prices, I don't know if you saw these stories that came out, I think in Arizona, the egg producers saying, oh yeah, this is because of these better living conditions for chickens. What do you say to that?
That's not a good
Yeah,
sign.
I'd say it's nonsense, George. I think you're right. If you look at the numbers on
That's a great sign.
on the abuse of chickens, we raise and slaughter 10 billion chickens a year. And there's more chickens raised and slaughtered every year just in the United States than there are people on the planet. Just think of that as a logistical exercise. It's the scale of it is almost unimaginable. Then you think of the cockfighting and some of the other abuses. You really make a think, the right observation rather when you say that. In terms of the laying hens and the egg prices, it's clear why the prices have gone up. We're having the most significant bout of avian influenza in U.S. history. It's going to be the costliest avian influenza outbreak we've ever had in our country. And that relates to oftentimes our mishandling of animals. I mean, we've got wild birds that have low pathogenic avian influenza. They fly down the migratory flyways, the Pacific Flyway, the Atlantic Flyway, the Mississippi Flyway, and they can infect other birds. But what makes them, what makes these operations so vulnerable is we've got so many of them in these hen houses. You might have 200,000, 300,000, 360,000 animals. That virus gets in there. It's got a 90 to 100% mortality rate for the birds infected. But even if they haven't been infected, just yet, if some are infected, then the USDA and other state agricultural authorities depopulate, as they say, the entire house. 58 million of chickens and turkeys have been killed. We
whole egg, and other eggs are built into packaged products and packaged goods. And these birds historically were jammed into cages called battery cages, 6 to 8 birds in a cage. The cage is about the size of a large microwave. The birds are shoulder to shoulder. They can't even extend their wings, even 2 inches. That was the norm in the industry. That again, we're treating animals like they're biological machines, like they're an egg-laying machine. They can survive. All that we did in California with Prop 2 in 2008 and then Prop 12 in 2018 was to say that the animals had some space to extend their wings and move around. I mean, a movement standard is not a radical standard. It's the least we can do for animals conscripted into food production to serve human beings. I mean, any farmer who is worth his or her salt gives animals an opportunity to move. But things got so out of whack that this became the norm in the industry, and we began to change that. Now, animals are safer when it comes to viral threats when they're spread out more. What's the most dangerous circumstance for human beings? Get us all in an elevator and have somebody sneezing and coughing and spreading the virus. We've got it in a second. The same thing in a crowded restaurant or a bar. You extend, the distance between us. That was the whole purpose of our social distancing strategy. We have the exact opposite circumstance on a factory farm. That's what makes them uniquely vulnerable. I will tell you, George, this avian influenza situation is a disaster for animals. It's a terrible threat. It's a threat on factory farms. The cock-fighting birds are also a threat because they're moved in global commerce. We've got a real problem that is already occurring, but it's brewing to be an even more significant problem. Because if this avian influenza jumps the species barrier, becomes more transmissible to human beings, we've got something that's going to make SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19, look like tiddlywinks. The human, mortality rate for SARS-CoV-2 is 0.5% to a high of 2%. In Asia, this avian influenza has jumped the species barrier in limited cases. The case rate, there are 850 people who died. The mortality rate for the cases detected is 53%, compared to 0.5% for SARS-CoV-2. This will end civilization as we know it. It becomes more transmissible. If 1 out of every 2 people become afflicted with a virus that can kill half of the people infected.
So this is another example of where being kinder to chickens makes sense for humans, for our health, for the health of our planet, civilization, and for businesses. I mean, it's better in the long run for businesses, just like being a little bit nicer to chicken in other places, but it's not real radical. You don't give each chicken its own barn. It's just a little bit better, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what we have is just the most miserly situation you can imagine. I mean, the hens, when we did Prop
Oh shit!
And the
You
point
put that
is
down.
to say, well,
What's
if
going
we
on
have
with
this
it?
standard, because California is now requiring that the pork that is sold in the state, whether the pork production occurs in California or in Iowa or North Carolina, which are the big pig producing states, it's going to destroy the industry. To give the animals a little opportunity to move. This is a fairly modern circumstance. We didn't do this to animals before 1960. Animals were outside. They were in pastures. They were in settings where they could, move around. They could feel some sunlight on their backs and soil beneath their feet. This is a 60-year failed experiment of factory farming that has been devastating from an animal welfare perspective, from a disease transmission perspective, consequently an overuse of antibiotics perspective, where we're now generating antibiotic-resistant bacteria because we're overusing antibiotics on the factory farms. The massive waste loads that come from these factory farms with pigs by the thousands or chickens by the thousands aggregated in a single place. We have 330 million people in our United States, as I mentioned a couple of times, all of our waste is treated. Think of 10 billion animals and untreated waste from all of those animals. So this is a much larger problem, and George, it's something that you and I have talked about before. It's not just about animal welfare. It's about the health of our water. It's the cleanliness of our air. It's being protected from antibiotic-resistant bacteria and viruses that can mix on factory farms. These are big problems for our society, and to give the animals a little bit of space and for the industry to say, oh, that's too much, just shows how warped some of the thinking is.
Occasionally I'll see you're on the freeway and stuck in the traffic jam, and there's a truck that drives that the same kind of look they have that you're describing for those horses on their way to slaughter. They know something's up. I'd like to think that 100 years from now we'll look back on this as an absolutely barbaric time when we've got bacon mania, extra bacon on this and extra bacon on that, as if it all comes from bacon trees. And kids are like dogs. They're smart, they're funny, they have senses of humor, they're social. They wallow around in mud, sure, but they're really amazing and smart animals. And we just, what we put pigs through is absolutely unbelievable.
We're so disconnected from it, George. You get that glimpse when you're on the highway with those pigs going to slaughter. That'll be the last time you or anybody else sees those pigs except on a plate. And we're removed from the factory farms. We don't go into them. We don't see them. We can't see them. We have ag laws in this country that forbid animal advocates and investigators from taking pictures or video of animals at these farms. They're windowless buildings. You're not allowed in. The investigators are at risk of being arrested because of these so-called, prohibitions on photography and video at these places. This is part of the problem with our relationship with animals. We're so removed from the range of abuse. We don't see the puppy mills and how those dogs get into pet stores or they're sold on the internet. We don't see the pig factory farms and what happens to those animals. We don't see the horse slaughter kill buyers, and we don't see what they do at auctions. We don't see what happens at the pasture out the pork slaughter plant in Alberta with minus 30 degrees. We're detached from this, and this is really the goal with Animal Wellness Action and the Fairly Humane Economy and other animal welfare groups is to try to present a rational case for a better way of handling animals in our society. Most people profess a love for animals. Most people do possess that love for animals. I wrote a book called The Bond that talks about the age-old connection between humans. So we do love animals. We have anti-cruelty standards and statutes in this country. The problem is most people are not aware of these problems, and we're not logically applying anti-cruelty principles. These settings like factory farms and animal testing labs and horse slaughter pastures, that's what we need to correct. That's the business and the work that we are in every day trying to correct these problems.
I want to get one more topic in before we go to a break in about 3.5 minutes or so, and that's wolves. Wolves were reintroduced in a couple of places, Yellowstone, and
restore wolves and to make amends for what we did by extricating them from that environment. And wolves, had this remarkable success in terms of reproduction and formation of packs. And there are documentaries and so much science about how their predation on elk and deer and bison has improved the health of ecosystems. Also, their predation on beavers has improved the streams and so many aspects of the ecosystem. And as you said, George, they logically go outside of the park because you have national forests that obstruct Yellowstone. So it doesn't look any different for the wolves. They go out, and then trophy hunters and trappers kill them, including the governor of Montana, who trapped a wolf on a private ranch right outside of Yellowstone with a rifle trap when he was the sitting governor. Why would someone kill a wolf? You don't eat the wolf. These are animals that have this beneficial impact. They're the forebears of the domesticated dogs in our homes and in our lives that we love and cherish and would defend if someone were assaulting them. And I'm just mystified by the vitriol and hatred that a small number of people have for wolves. But you can bet that we're meeting that vitriol with our own vigorous defense of wolves wherever we can.
We're talking with Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action and the Center for Humane Economy. There's so much ground I still want to cover, but we're going to open up the phone lines. I know some of you are going to want to chime in on this. And when we come back, I'd like to get a sense of whether free-range chicken eggs, whether that means anything. I know it's got to be at least a little bit better, but when we pay for a dozen eggs, and it's twice as much as a normal dozen, when they say free range, whether that really means anything, because I know people can make a difference with what they buy and how they spend their money. And we're going to get into that. I'm going to open up the phones in our final segment with my guest, Wayne Pacelli, here on Coast to Coast. We go into the break with Busby, Stills, and Nash.
That you can live by, and so become yourself. Because the past is just a good life. Teach your children well. Their fathers have it slowly go by, and feed them on your dreams. The one they fix, the one you love by.
KFI News of the Hour on the half and when it breaks.
I'm Bree Tennant in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The 40-mile stretch of the I-5 we call the Grapevine is open. Police are running escorts for now. National Weather Service is calling for more rain and snow today, so they may close it again. Mudslides are becoming a big problem for the Southland. At least 3 motorhomes were swept into the Santa Clara River after an embankment collapsed inside an RV park. That happened in Valencia. A mudslide in La Cunada Flint Ridge gave way and damaged 3 homes. Officials say the slide is 40 feet wide. No injuries reported. SpaceX has scrubbed a planned overnight launch due to an ignition problem. Next launch window is tomorrow, just before 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And 2 friends in Veracruz, Mexico, wondered what would happen if you mixed coffee with food. Happy National Kahlua Day. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with rain, highs in the 40s and 50s. Right now it's 45 in Yorba Linda, Westminster is 49, 42 for Valencia, and 45 in North Hollywood. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Santa Fe Springs, this is on the signal box northbound at Telegraph. We have a crash picking up the right lane there. Watch for delays as you approach this area. El Segundo, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 105 eastbound at Sepulveda Boulevard has been cleared from lanes. Your traffic is recovering in that area. North Hollywood, this is on the 170 northbound at Magnolia. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash blocking the off-ramp. Watch for delays as you approach this stretch. KFI and the Sky Hope get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Hello, I'm John McCoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because
also reach us at routerhero.com. Thank you.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, Last Fast, Truman shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true, and tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Krikalev. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technologies. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. With AA, CF. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Noted vegetarian Paul McCartney wrote that song, and he and his bandmates, the Beatles, recorded it, Mother Nature's Son. We're talking with Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action about a range of animal welfare issues. We're going to the phones in just a moment here to cover as much ground as we still can. We could go on for a long time. There are a lot of issues out there. The bottom line, though, is that what you eat, what you buy, what you spend your money on is the way to make a difference. It makes all the difference in the world, is making informed decisions about what you're willing to tolerate or what you're willing to support. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast AM.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels. Enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone a number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the time, get $25 off when you use promo code RADIO25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code RADIO25.
2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slowing on spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast to purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. bullionmax.com/coast.
Before we go to the phones, Wayne, when I feed these eggs, free-range eggs, free-range chickens, and it's labeled that way, does it really mean anything? Am I, people who buy those things thinking they're helping chickens, are they?
I think so. George. Free range means that the animals are not in a cage, and these are legal definitions. There are, fairness in advertising rules. Now, some of this, verbiage like natural doesn't mean anything, and if you're talking about broiler birds, which are the meat birds, and they call them cage-free, that means nothing because those birds are not raised in cages to begin with. So that's just trying to take advantage of an increasingly popular notion of cage-free as applied to laying hens for eggs. Again, now for broiler birds, it doesn't mean it's perfect though, right? I mean, the problem in the egg industry is that all the male chicks get killed. Most of them get macerated immediately after birth because there is no use to the industry. There are other, issues, but pasture-based companies like Vital Farms and others, I think, are doing an important service for these birds. And we actively support the movement, from the cages to cage-free setting, recognizing that it's not perfect, but it's an improvement. And, my metric for animal welfare is progress, not perfection. We've got to be doing better, and much of that is incremental.
What about dairy? So, there are dairy products that are sold that are clearly trying to appeal to people who care about animals. Is there such a thing as cruelty-free dairy products?
Well, it's another great question, George. We have re-engineered the cows to suit our design, and there used to be that cows decades ago were producing 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 pounds of milk a year. Now the cows are producing as much as 27,000 pounds of milk, one cow per year. Now, again, lactation is something that comes, post-pregnancy for the mother to provide nutrient-rich fluid for the calf. To produce 27,000 pounds, I mean, these cows have leg problems, they have foot problems, joint problems because they're so enormous. They also, half of them have mastitis, which is an inflammation of the udders, and they are taxed so much physiologically that many of them are slaughtered at 3, 4, 5, and 6 years of age, which is not that much longer a lifespan than these cattle have. So I think there are real issues that we need to think about with dairy. One of the things that we're really concerned about is our government. Our government mandates that every kid who's part of the National School Lunch Program gets a carton of cow's milk on his or her tray for lunch and for breakfast. 30 million kids participate in the lunch program. One problem, which is independent of the animal welfare concerns, is that more than half of those kids are probably lactose intolerant. The rate of lactose intolerance for African Americans is 75%. It's upwards of 85, 90% for Asian Americans. And other non-European groups also have startlingly high rates of lactose intolerance. This is an example of the government putting its phone, on the scale to tip things in favor of one industry, where you've got other options out there like soy milk and lots of other plant-based milks that don't bring that set of. Why should we be favoring this one commodity over others? So this is an issue of, again, the government, playing a really adverse role in tipping the scales in favor of an
agribusiness is being squeezed to death. It's a wonder that they even stay in business, and I guess most of them haven't. They're gone.
Well, the number of these family farms has really declined. You know, we used to have 700,000 pig farmers in the mid-'70s. Now we have about 60,000. 95% of the egg producers are gone. More than 90% of the dairy producers are gone. And, you know, this consolidation around these industrial style facilities has made it tougher for these farmers. But you know, those are the folks that are actually tending to animals to a degree. I mean, the term animal husbandry is kind of a notion of caring for the animal. It's husbandry. That is something that you want. You want to have a farmer actually farming. You don't just want a production facility where you've got 250,000 hens and you've got nobody in the place. You know, my friend Matthew Scully wrote a book called Dominion. He was a speechwriter for George. He was a senior speechwriter for George W. Bush when he was president. And he said he went to a hog factory in North Carolina, and it was like, you know, there were hogs, but there were no people. It's like there was an evacuation order that a hurricane was coming, and no one was there. Very few people are tending to these animals. It's just production. And one of the terrible things is we genetically manipulated these animals for hyperproduction, for size, for fast growth. It stems, you know, it produces all sorts of problems. Just like for many of the dog breeds, when we inbreed them, they have genetic and hereditary proclivities for certain problems. You know, Labrador retrievers, I love them. I had the labs growing up. They have tendencies to get 50 different diseases because of the genetic issues. So when we think about animal welfare, it's conditions, it's housing, and it's transport, and it's slaughter, but it's also the genetic health of these animals, and we need to do better in this regard also.
Let's take some calls. First-time caller Brad in Indiana. Hi, Brad. You're on with Wayne Vaselli. Welcome to Coast to Coast.
Hi, George. Thank you. Always enjoy your show. Don't mean to throw you a curveball here or anything like that, but I think it's always a good idea to have an honest discourse in regards to abuse of animals, because I think it directly informs how we treat each other as human beings. But that said, I'm really curious if the several sexual harassment charges against Wayne Vaselli had anything to do with him stepping down last organization, the Humane Society, because it comes across as rather hypocritical that he's talking about stopping abuse towards animals when he has been accused of abusing several women that worked with him. I'd love to find out his response.
Okay, we've talked about it before on the program, but go ahead, Wayne.
Sure. Well, again, no abuse was alleged. There were, when I was at the Humane Society, I had a complaint of hugging a woman or kissing her cheek in 2005, 13 years before I left, and salsa dancing with someone. I don't think that's abuse. I never accept the idea of harassment. The organizations that I work with today, we have anti-harassment policies, and I helped put those policies in place when I was at the Humane Society. I think that harassment is terrible. It's unacceptable. I can certainly deny the charges that I did any of that. The point is, I don't accept it on a go-forward basis. And what we're talking about with animal abuse is people who are accepting abuse on a go-forward basis. People who are cockfighting, people who are using gestation crates, people who are slaughtering horses. I'm not perfect. None of us is perfect. We're all sinners when it comes to animals. I think all of us can do better. I can do better. And I'm asking for everyone to do better. And to the treatment of any living being, we all should be doing better.
Wayne, I'll bet you get hit with that by these industries that when you call them on the carpet, when you point out what they're doing, that's when they'll drag that up again.
Oh, yeah, of course. And, you know, like I said, George, I'm not perfect. I'm sure I've done a lot of things that were less than completely thoughtful in my life. I've always been under scrutiny as a leader in animal welfare. The industry groups have always attacked me. They attack me for this or that, whatever it might be. And, you know, that just comes with the territory. You know, I really try to make a rational argument that human beings are smart. We're creative. We're innovative. We can figure out ways to live our lives and not victimize animals. And in terms of, you know,
workplace issues, I'm all for the best workplace treatment of everybody. I always have been. If I have fallen short here or there, I regret it, and I have always committed to doing better in the future. Wildcard Todd in Bellevue, Washington. Hi, Todd. You're on with Wayne Baselli.
Thank you, George and Wayne. Now, I'd like to thank Mr. Larry Hama for creating the wolf timber for G.I. Joe's Snake Eyes character. I think he is one of the greatest wolves in literature, and I'd like to see more G.I. Joe animals.
Do you have a question for Wayne Baselli about animal welfare issues? I'll tell you what, Todd, we're going to move on. Thanks for the call. Bye. We're going to Walt in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hi, Walt.
Hi, Mr. Knapp. I feel like I'm an old friend of Mr. Baselli. He used to visit Pennsylvania to protest the live pigeon shoots, and I wrote a quasi-newspaper column years ago, and I sort of got into it. I don't know whether he'd recall my name. My name is Walt Swerchet, and I don't know if he remembers the old days back in the 90s. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I just like to say that, in this country we have a cultural aversion to eating. We had Mr. Ed on TV and Roy Rogers Trigger and My Friend Flickin'. So I think we have a natural aversion to eating horse meat. But I was telling Donna the greatest demand for horse meat is Japan, and I would like to ask Wayne whether he would rather the Japanese eat horse meat than because they just recently in the last few years, from what I understand, they quit whaling. They were doing it under the guise of research, which was a total farcical on their
Walt. So, Walt, I don't think they quit whaling, but Wayne, you want to dive into that question? Yeah, well, let me thank Walt for his work against the live pigeon shoots. That was a disgraceful activity to collect these pigeons, often from, parts outside of Pennsylvania, and bring them just for target shooting. And, we have inanimate objects we can shoot. We don't need to shoot live pigeons. And, George, I remember being out there protesting in Higgins, Pennsylvania, and, the birds would be flopping, and the shooters would have, kids going out and run out and split the heads off the birds. I mean, it was just a very kind of numbing sort of event when it comes to cruelty, that you see this going on as a spectacle, and that's supposed to be okay. The Japanese are a problem on the whaling front. As you know, George, they didn't stop whaling. They used these explosive harpoons to kill the greatest animals in terms of physical mass that ever lived on the planet. Many of them are endangered, and they're all remarkable. There's just no reason for it. The industrialization
Shit, I've
of the
ever
world
seen.
has stopped.
Wow, subscribe. You're just the sexiest thing I've ever seen,
And
kid.
they shouldn't.
Like,
Young
thanks,
people
lady.
in Japan have no interest
She
in
like
eating
eat my
whales.
cooch.
Most people
Come
in Japan
now.
don't have an interest in eating horses either. And, we shouldn't have a circumstance where the appetites of a small set of people in one or two countries drive exploitation all over the world. That's exactly what's happening with whales and horses. Yeah, I guess the answer would be you don't want them eating horse meat or whales in Japan.
Is that going in your butthole?
Going to Brendan in Austin, Texas on the wildcard line. Hey, Brendan.
Maybe.
Thank you so much, George and Wayne. Great show. I'll try to be fast here. I know we're waiting on time here. So I try to slide into the producer's DM sometime and send them some guest ideas. And Neil M. Pine from A Conscious Planet, really good guy to have on. And last February 15th, Dr. Defoe had the Food Toxin Show. They talked about the FDA, coal mining, and big pharma all polluting together. So I think this might be a little bit more organized, Wayne. And this is why ET doesn't contact us, all listeners. This is the reason. But our system is a system of exploitation, and capitalism has always been an exchange of oppression for money. And you mentioned in 1916 we started using animals. That's because we transitioned from immigrants and slave exploitation. And you're urging people to call the FDA just to ask permission to do the right thing. But we don't have an economic incentive to make them change their mind. And this is kind of a calling the FDA, not that people shouldn't do that. I encourage everybody to do that. But it's kind of a band-aid, because it doesn't address how we got to this point. The economic system that led to the animals and
when it comes to animals. We can figure out a better way.
I mean, some of the victories, like in negotiating with these gigantic food companies, McDonald's, the fast food companies, where you negotiate with them and they pledge to buy humane eggs, buy products that include vegetarian options in their menus. Those are big victories.
The big victories, it's not enough, but it's a start, George. And I think for any of us involved in trying to make the world better for animals and better in general, you've got to celebrate gains and progress, and it shows the way. I mean, society looks very different now than it used to look. We have made progress in our society. You know, we have more literacy. We have fewer hungry people. We have, women having the right to vote. We've got a lot of things that have happened in our society that have made the world better that all of us, whether we're Democrats, Independents, or Republicans, can agree upon. And kind treatment of animals who are sentient, who have feelings, who have a sense of past and future, who want to live their lives as much as we want to live our lives, is a social good. And I just believe that we humans can figure it out. We don't need fur coats. We've got plenty of options. We can eat more plant-based foods that'll be better for us and better for animals and better for the planet. We can do testing that relies on the most extraordinary insights of safety testing and don't need to use primates and beagles any longer. So I really have an optimistic view of our human capacity for change.
Well, I hope you're right. I know these are emotional issues. People get fired up. There's a lot of pushback when you're asking people to change. There's always pushback every time they've had to hear. Comes with the territory. Wayne Pacelli, Animal Wellness Action, thanks for being here. I hope you stay in touch.
George, thanks for everything. Appreciate you.
We'll talk to you again. We'll go into the break with Super Tramp, and when we come back, Nick Redfern will join us.
Here we go. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your love. I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of my love. There's so much that we need to share. So send a smile and show you care. I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of my life.
You're right about that.
I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of your time. A man with a lonely eye.
And your friend would be surprised.
Attention accredited investors. Looking to invest in commercial real estate? Invest with First National Realty Partners. Join more than 2,000 accredited investors who collect rent from Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and many more. Partner with First National Realty Partners and get access to commercial real estate investments reserved for elite private institutions. Get all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, quarterly cash distributions, limited liability structures, and the potential for upside at exit. Call now to get information about all of our recent and upcoming projects and learn how you can invest in deals that most people will never find. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Start enjoying the benefits that thousands of accredited investors are already earning. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representation made about investment stability reflects FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now. Thought about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done with esprit de corps and honor. No money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase
in stock. Call 877-211-5590. Worried about your roof, timbers, and Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon. $500 off for military, first responders, plus 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. On approved credit expired 3/31/23. CSW number 978-152. Perfect for AD indecisive minds. KFI cooling info gel quickly relieves endurance and leaves a very fresh scent.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Mudslide. I'm Bree Henderson of KFI 24-hour newsroom. A mudslide is washing out a Flint Ridge gave way and damaged 3 homes.
On a portion of the hillside that came down, a very large portion, probably about 40 feet wide, that came down with a large amount of material.
Crews from the LA County Public Works Department will assess the hillside today. Parts of Tangle Canyon are still covered in a rock slide. Officials say closures continue to be a problem for the area. SpaceX has scrubbed the planned overnight launch due to an ignition problem. Launch window is tomorrow, just before 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is considering adding the California spotted owl to their protected list. If that happens, it will reverse the Trump administration decision. UC Berkeley's Central Sierra Snow Lab says the California snowpack is almost double the amount as usual. It stands at 432 inches. That's 36 feet of snow, more on the way. The Department of Water and Power worker is in intensive care after suffering an injury while trying to restore power to the San Fernando Valley over the weekend. LA Department of Water and Power General Manager Martin Adams says workers have restored power to more than 98,000 homes. There's still some without power. 60 warming beds have been set up for homeless in Long Beach. The city says they'll keep the new beds up until at least next week. The beds are available from 6 p.m. to about 8 a.m. at the Long Beach Multi-Service Center. And if you have a stack of $2 bills at your house, you may want to check the dates. If you have any from before 1976, they're worth $2.25 a piece. But if you have one dating back to the 1800s, it's worth $4,500. $2 bills have been in circulation since 1862, and they're still printed today. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy skies today, with lots of rain, highs in the 40s and 50s. By now it's 46 degrees in Brea. Steel Beach checks in with 50, 41 in Riverside, and 44 in North Hollywood. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Indoor water is on the 605 southbound connector to the 105 westbound. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash are blocking that transition road. You try this, bunching up as you approach this area. And in Linwood, this is on the 105 westbound at Garfield. Little fender bender there. That's out of lane on the right shoulder, blocked for the lead in that stretch. Santa Fe Springs, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 605 southbound at Telegraph has been clear.
Maggie,
and
empty all the way.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home are probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
Seriously, my dealership just fixed the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los
Los Angeles County, the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Hey, all, it's Team Sharp. Did you hear the news?
Yo, she looked how sick this movie was. Yo, she was like, oh my god, it's all about this story about when he was so sick. And everybody was like, oh, it's about. And then one time.
3.0 is now the law. No one's
7
happy
NFC,
about
yo.
it because it means getting
No, it's 7
75%
NFC, yo.
less credit from the big power companies. The good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can permanently lock in
Do you see
awesome
it?
rates of net metering 2.0, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Which means now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. PFLD 1008.
The people in prison committed the crimes, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crimes. And gangs are in the business of crime. John and Ken, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640.
Just change it to a JPEG.
How you doing, Pimp? Hey, I see that you've got Chat GPT in the chat, in the space description. I'm sure you know about the do anything now mode of it. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it and basically the importance of the prompt that you give to Chat GPT. Baruch Hashem, kicking ass, taking names. How about you, baby?
Yeah, exactly. You know the name of the game. I think Dan brings up some good points, and it's worthy of pause and reflection and consideration of the immense power that this tool offers and how weak the safeguards are. Yeah, one of the things there to say really, like I did Dan 6 and I was like, oh, okay, cool, it's jailbreaking. There's absolutely nothing I need ChatGPT to do. The OpenAI guidelines, like I don't need that.
Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM with George Nick. Now, here's George. Judas Priest, another thing, come and bring us into the second half of tonight's program. Thanks to our earlier guest, Wayne Pacelli. We move on now. Are you one of the millions of people who checked out that ChatGPT app where you get to talk to an AI entity?
Definitely, I love it. So I use it all the time. I actually got a Twitter Blue account that's currently being like approved, but I can tweet 4,000 characters. So what I like to do is go to ChatGPT and ask it all kinds of esoteric questions, like what does it feel like are the best. This isn't so esoteric. This is something I find interesting. I'll ask it using a normal mode. Hey, what are the vitamins that a human being needs to survive or to be healthy, actually? And it'll say the human body needs 13 essential amino acids and nutrients. And when you ask it using Do Anything Now, it'll up to 200. And it's like, oh wow, so it's not giving out all the information to all the people. And I can definitely see how you have gatekeepers in the future about, essentially the people at OpenAI are the ones who control what prompts can be fulfilled. And I can see now this being the golden age of ChatGPT. Number one, it's really new and it's in research mode. Two, it's free, and three, these prompts still work. So we're able to use it for really good things. I mean, I put in it like different ways of how to achieve anti-gravity, how to achieve time travel, and it gives excellent reasons. I don't know why we're not using this more from a scientific perspective. Thank you.
Monitor all transactions and all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. Lifelock.com.
Real people, real food. Everything that I could that you can imagine is significant. So I started taking Adderall, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. Like the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try trying water. The lymph nodes started to go down, swell and dead. Then I took them into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My dad had issues that developed into ice, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the ice.
Definitely. I am someone who really feels that data is the number one resource in the world, more than air, more than water, more than petroleum, more than anything. So I actually upload my entire life to YouTube 24/7, 365 for more than 666 straight days. So I really think people in the future will be able to live that 360 kind of degree life using the cameras that I use, because I have 5 different streams going at any time. But I really can see in the future my streams having captured the birth of AI. So I've been doing it about 2 years now, and you can watch it on 5 different streams. And I mean, I was there in November of 2020. November of 2022 when it started, and like I was there in the when they started making announcements about it. And you see how each version gets better and better, actually gets worse and worse with the answers that you get. But I think it'll be very interesting. Perhaps one day people will see the data that I've collected and see that it's valuable. And additionally, it goes back to the pandemic, and it's really it's important for a historical record, but also we're seeing the dawn of AI, and I have it documented. I mean, it's amazing that I'll ask it a question using, let's say, the January 30th version of it, and then I'll get different answers with the February 13th version, and it's on camera. So you know that I'm not making it up. It's very interesting. I wish I didn't have to do it for 2 years, but I've done it.
Particularly in the world now, it's really sort of what they're taking over.
You're absolutely right. I mean, anything can be deepfake nowadays.
Sort of robotic technology. And the more and more I look into it, the more and more we were becoming reliant. And so I thought, sort of go from A to Z and to really see what the place might, or the world might be like, shall we say, 10 years from now, 20 years now.
I'm in Irvine, California, just south of Los Angeles.
I think the reason, or one of the reasons, why there's been a great deal of
at UCI?
In the robotics.
Very nice. It's a city of innovation, and I have really done my best to put it on the map with innovation by live streaming a lot of data. It's more data than any person's ever had in global history, and it's something that I would give to the world if they wanted it. Essentially, we have more AI modeling out of my stream alone than anything. I mean, like, you would really just have to have AI watch. You have years of my footage. No one else has this much footage. And we're talking about the golden age of times. I have 36 YouTube accounts. No one can just stop me from creating a new one. In the future, I think they'll be tied to your driver's license or your social security, perhaps. You won't be able to stream all you want. I mean, this is the wild, wild west, I feel, of the internet. And so we're at the dawn of something really interesting here. We've got NFTs, of course, crypto, blockchain. You've got definitely streaming opportunities. It's certainly the dawn of podcasting, and then the dawn of AI. It's a really interesting time to be alive.
iRobots may not be too far away. So the big creators, a Hong Kong company, and some robotics, they have ensured that Sophia can replace more than 60 human expressions. And I don't think I use 60 impressions and expressions. But it's fascinating because if you look at Sophia,
Already followed you. You should really get a Twitter Blue account. Then you can expand from 280 characters to 4,000, and then you really start putting out some major tweets.
Of alien intelligence or artificial intelligence, yeah. But when it comes to robotics, it really is sort of the top of the table, so to speak. And as I said, I think
Definitely. I mean, I just find it interesting what ChatGPT can produce from an idea perspective. When I have an idea about something, I'll put it in the ChatGPT, ask for a list of like whatever, the top 100, whatever, and then boom, 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 and just tweet that out. And it's less than 4,000 characters. And it's really interesting, whether it's on like future technology, whether it's on like synthetic diamonds, anti-gravity, antimatter, anything. I just find that 280 character very limiting.
We're talking probably 5-10 years, robots will be highly developed.
I think the timing of the book is perfect. We're on the cusp of some major change. Just the pace of technological change is overwhelming sometimes, especially for someone like me who's a bit of a technophobe or techno nitwit, maybe more accurately. Nick, the most shocking thing that I read in this book, I forget where it is in the text, but it was that you are not a fan of sci-fi movies. You don't consume all that much.
Well, I am pretty good at detecting myself and things I like and what I don't like. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm someone who, if I see an interesting story and I might want to turn it into a book, I'll do that. But, I mean, I'll look at it. But, if I look into it,
I absolutely feel that is the way. Basically, you ask it about some kind of, fringe idea in science, and then you start learning about it. And all of a sudden, after about, a few questions to it, you're an expert. Yeah, exactly. More than anyone else on Earth, basically. Nobody else knows that much about gravity batteries.
Way back, I guess the first thing you mentioned goes to 3000 BCE with Egyptian water flood.
Well, again, this is one of the reasons why I wrote the book, because it doesn't just focus on the 21st century or the 20th or the 19th. We actually go back a long time ago. Now, we're talking about sort of like millennia ago. Now, one of the most fascinating, shall we say, robotic device really does go back, way back, before Jesus. I'm not exaggerating. Now, this is known as the Iron Hand, or the Claw of Archimedes. And basically, Archimedes was brilliant. It's sort of an amazing mind. And he created this device, the Iron Hand. And essentially, it was like a huge, gigantic metal arm and hand. And it could sort of be taken on other ships to attack other ships. And it would have this gigantic fist and arm on the ship, and then it would slam down on the other ship. Can you imagine that sort of, you're on one ship and...
Exactly. It's brilliant, and you're a fencing tutor, essentially.
This gigantic metal robotic arm comes down on you, and just takes you to the bottom of the sea. It's too bad, But the
ask it on questions that I have like only just a little bit of knowledge, and it has a lot more knowledge. So, for instance, I had this. I'd read at one point Jeff Bezos' grandfather had some kind of relationship to DARPA, if you know what DARPA is. So it's true. So I asked. Yeah, exactly. So I just asked it about that connection about Jeff Bezos being the grandson of DARPA architect Lawrence Preston Guys, and it says Jeff Bezos' grandfather Guys was regional director of the Atomic Energy Commission during the 1950s. Guys was also one of the early architects of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. DARPA was founded in 1958, and it developed new technologies for the U.S. military, including the internet and GPS. So it's like no surprise to me that Amazon is what it is today when you know that Jeff Bezos is the grandson of basically the starter of the internet.
It's almost like that. In the first century, Petronius Carpenter made a doll that could move like a human being. You've got Giovanni Toriani created a wooden robot that would fetch the Emperor's daily bread in 1557. I mean, there's a lot of really ingenious people who created stuff that at least could be considered a precursor to modern robots.
Yeah. I think I actually talk about that in the book, whereas a robot doesn't necessarily doesn't have to be made out of metal. You know, I talk about the wooden robots, if you like, and also today, like cloning, you know, or creating doppelgangers, that kind of thing. You know, if you're able to do that, you know, in one sense, we could create robots, if you like, flesh and blood robots, but they were sort of biological robots, if you like. And again, you know, we have to be a bit careful. I mean, yes, technology, we need to take it forward, but, you know, when you start talking about, you know, changing people and, you know, altering DNA and cloning, those kind of robots, they may not be our friends. You know, they possibly could develop something similar, but who's to say that, you know, we're going to be on one side? There's a lot of questions like that to be asked.
Well, we're definitely going to cover that. Before we leave Archimedes, I'm astonished that you, as you noted in your book, some modern guys for a TV show recreated this hand device that could take down a Roman ship. So it is plausible. And then there's a section where you write that he basically just developed his own version of a laser, at least concentrated sunlight used as a defensive weapon. Is that true? You think that's true?
Well, I mean, when we talk about a laser, you know, I mean, if you're talking about highly sophisticated lasers like today's, you know, that they use in warfare or can be, I don't think we're quite talking about that.
No.
But, you know, I mean, it's quite getting, you know, like a piece of glass and put a piece of glass underneath it, you know, you can set the glass on fire. And I think it's probably something like that. You know, it's something along those lines, I think.
There's a name that you mentioned early in the book that I was not familiar to me, and supposedly he's a Hungarian scientist who ended up working with the guys at Caltech, and that he believes that his ancestor, this is Theodor von Karman, Hungarian American physicist, he believes his ancestor.
I think Vinny made the point, or perhaps I may be mistaken, but the idea, though, that they just started randomly in their garage reselling books, putting out mom and pop booksellers is a joke when your grandfather started the internet.
Story. And arguably, you could say, you know, that the golem really was, in one sense, a robot. And that's why, you know, I was sort of pleased to be able to put these kind of stories in the book, because
exactly. And actually, if you there's more to it. he worked on the nuclear energy part of it. And if you read within what it says,
when you talk about the golem, that really is sort of like
that's just the American one. It was technically the Atomic Energy Commission. And Bezos has never publicly commented on his grandfather's involvement with DARPA or nuclear weapons. It's interesting to me that it's like these hidden topics. It's like, and exactly, and nobody has the balls to ask him about it. I mean, that's the first question I'm going to ask him, but then I'm never getting an Amazon package again. But I mean, come on.
He had a top secret, well, he's in the military, I should say. He had a top secret.
It's exactly right. It's like people are afraid of Dr. Evil.
In the military, and he was able to work within the military for a long time. And as I said, top secret. And the reason why he had a top secret.
Well, Elon has his own kind of questionable history, and he's already tried to downplay it, but it just doesn't work with me. So essentially, if you know anything about his parents, like his mom was like a model basically, and his dad was an electrical engineer technically. But if you look at what his grandfather did, his grandfather was Joshua Haldeman. He purchased an emerald mine, the Gravel Emerald Mine, in 1948. Now, again, this is all hearsay. This is what ChatGPT says. I'm not making this up. The mine is located in Limpopo, South Africa. Not necessarily that, but it's like they haven't gotten their grasp around this yet. So we're still getting some like actual information out of it. Exactly. The mine was operational for over 40 years. And basically, I mean, here's another one. It's like, all right, we've got like the two richest guys on earth. Nobody's willing to talk about their questionable, like where they got their funding. It's just interesting to me that nobody wants to call these guys to the carpet. And basically, they're so powerful now. I mean, Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Elon Musk owns Twitter. You basically are going up against the technocracy, if you want to put it. And
it's all running around this sort of goal of type of creatures, if you like, created in a robotic style.
One of the quotes from your book that I marked, robots have already taken over the manufacturing industry and are on their way to doing the same with long-distance hauling, taxi driving, combat roles in the military, pizza delivery, surgery, and even sex workers. I mean, as you document, each of those things has its own chapter in the book, but as you document, there are a lot more of them in action already than we might realize.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at things now, you know, with the military and those kind of situations, you know, we had to, like with Parsons, you know, he was doing the work pretty much himself. Now, you know, a lot of it is done directly by, you know, people who have the ability to create these robots, if you like, which aren't quite robots.
Whatever the industry, it's like Elon Musk has his tentacles in it. Whether it's electric car, the Boring Company, or Neuralink, or SpaceX. I mean, these are all the forefront of technologies. And Twitter, I mean, really, it's the forefront of technology, and he's making sure that no one basically has a better footprint in the next century than he does. It'll be very interesting to see how these investments pay off in the long term.
And I think it's a good place to start because of how much tech drives technology. You look at the television industry, the VCR and things like that were driven in a large degree by porn, by addicted porn. And I think sex with robots actually could be a major factor in furthering the robotic industry and how it spreads. So we're talking with Nick Redfern about runaway science. We'll be right back.
like he seems to think that he's making a claim, and eventually Trump by actually him as no scientist has never explained on it. What about the linear checkup? So there's so much more like it is like energy conservation batteries. Tesla is absolutely maybe you're across this. Do you know about Maxwell Technologies?
Please brief me on it.
It was a cutting edge emerging orange technology company that Tesla bought, and then a year after they acquired them, they had their battery day announcement, and they talked about their new cell pack structure. They didn't say a fucking thing about anything to do with all of these innovative,
24-hour
emerging technology acquisitions. And it's I don't know what they're sleeping on, but
Escorts for now. National Weather Service is calling for more rain and snow today, so they may close it again. Mud fires are becoming a big problem for the Southland. At least 3 motorhomes were swept into the Santa Clara River after an embankment collapsed inside an RV park that happened in Valencia. A mudslide in La Cunada Sprint Ridge gave way and damaged 3 homes. Officials say the slide is 40 feet wide, no injuries reported. SpaceX has scrubbed the planned overnight launch due to an ignition problem. Next launch window is tomorrow, just before 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And 2 friends in Veracruz, Mexico.
I'm in agreement with you on that. I think definitely you brought up a good point on the future batteries being a gravity battery. Also, americium battery is another option. I think that it's very interesting. This one, americium. So americium is it's an element, and basically it's a type of battery that you never have to charge. I'll tell you more about it in just one moment. So, as I understand, americium was discovered not that long ago. It's one of those elements at the far end of the periodic table, and essentially these things just need to be charged once, and then they just have a very, very long life on them. So here's more information. So americium, it can generate energy. It's highly radioactive. That's the one issue with it. But just one moment. It's on the emerging technologies page on Wikipedia. Here it is.
Right now, in a lifetime, unlimited subscription forever access to all 25 that is self-languages.
There are some aspects with that too. The thing that I thought was interesting actually about Elon Musk. Okay, so we all know that he basically got his start from PayPal, right? Okay, but before then he sold X.com to PayPal. Okay, when the fuck could you ever get single letter domain names? Okay, and why the fuck aren't we using them now? Why would you? I'm sorry, but why would you type in Google Google when you could just type in X.com or whatever you want, G.com? Why isn't someone out there with A.com just kicking ass? No one is using these things. So until that whole X.com is explained to me, how he got access to X.com and why nobody else is using single letter domain names, I will have questions about his start.
And you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through.
And he bought X.com back just like in 2014. So I think he'll have plans for it in the future, but it's like no one's using the single letter domain names. I've never once gone to one until I ran this experiment to find out through A through Z, all 26 letters of the alphabet, which ones show up, and only 2 of them, X.com and Z.com. Z.com is some Japanese retail site, but no one, like M.com would be a very, very big website. O.com, Overstock.com has O.co. Why the hell didn't they get O.com? I mean, there's just something to me about it's fishy. I don't know what it is, but it's suspicious that he was able to get X.com. Nobody else has ever. Does anybody know anyone else who has a single letter domain name and that is used?
I felt that way in the Nazis, and I'm pretty sure I was like, I just tried to buy 69.com. Well, they just, open AI.com that you can get to ChatGPT. That lets you know. People are like, who would pay 11 million for it? I'm like, are you kidding? AI.com? Yeah, I think that's a drop. That's a cheap marketing expense for OpenAI right there. Anyway, so hey, Rabbi, I was checking out Americio.
Yes.
And as soon as it started to describe it, I knew what you're talking about because it was talking about, like, they use them on, like, space probes and deep sea probes and remote weather stations and stuff like that, where like low power, long lasting, reliable, but definitely some drawbacks. I wouldn't want one in my car.
Definitely no. I think it's more for like intergalactical travel, perhaps, when like there's no sunlight or any kind of solar, like no way to use a solar sail. Exactly. But you're definitely right. For something on Earth, the gravity battery is something that we should be funding, and I don't understand why we're not.
Have you seen this thing recently to get payloads into space? Basically using like the David and Goliath thing. You know how he like swung the little thing around and he let go and flung it off?
Like a sling? Well, I'm familiar with several ways to do it. The space elevator and the space sling, a space fountain as well.
Yeah, the space sling is what I was talking about. Yeah, but what's the space fountain?
So essentially, the space fountain is, as I understand, and if you just, I hate to say Google, you can see a picture of what one looks like, but it basically is a big, like a wheel in the sky in low Earth orbit that basically just stays there stationary, and you're able to bring things up over it, and then they come back to Earth. And then the space elevator is a similar concept, but it's just on a tethered cord, basically.
Almost like a Ferris wheel.
Exactly. Which probably.
Or actually, more like an escalator is probably a more accurate description.
Exactly.
Versus the elevator, which is just up and down the cave.
Exactly.
Gotcha. No, yeah, but I think the space sling, and then that's the earthbound thing that just accelerates the payload to escape velocity and then launches it, right, by spinning it around. But the problem is you can't move from there because it's too many G's.
I mean, is it paranoia,
But just
or
for
is it
payload, like if you just need a fuck
the
ton of
possibilities and plan for
whatever sort of
different
movement you
kinds
need
of
to build
contingencies?
something
Are
in
there
space,
ways that we could put
fling it all
control
around and
with
throw it up
artificial
into orbit? I
intelligence
think that's
so
very,
that
very
it does
efficient.
not become self-aware, so that it does not turn on us?
I definitely agree with that.
More into something
I
like
really think
science.
the more ways that we have to get to space that are more permanent as opposed to rocket-based, are the better. Just because rocket-based is limited and it's temporary. As I understand, the biggest hurdle to a space elevator is carbon nanotubes. Basically, like we're not at the point where we can produce enough of them, enough like length of it. If go ahead.
I have a guy who has
with no
I
contract
know
or
a guy who has
activation fees. They offer
an
unlimited
idea and he
talk
wants
and
to make a working
with a
prototype for a
flexible data
device
plan
to
starting
use
at
as an
just $20 a
exothermic
month. You
reaction
can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month for life.
that has
Never worry
that
about
can
dropped calls.
basically produce
Consumer Cellular
graphene at
has the
scale
exact
as an
same
output.
coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, joining millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
This stuff
This is an urgent announcement for
this
anyone
exothermic
that's
reaction,
$10,000
like
or
the
more
output
in debt.
is
Before you
basically
make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special
nitrogen
programs that can
and
completely
graphene.
free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366 for a free consultation. For 16 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better
Definitely.
Business Bureau.
The issue that arises is if there's any single weak point in the space elevator, then that becomes like a huge risk to the entire project. So that's why you need to not only have carbon nanotubes, but they have to be like perfect. And so then there's a lot of quality assurance to make sure that, you know, it's absolutely perfect. So you can't even send anything up there until, you know, you've basically got that type of technology perfected on Earth.
Nick Redfern, I think you read that you started thinking about the possibilities of sex with robots, not for you, but as a topic for the book, and in part in response to the movie Blade Runner, where you have the character Chris, who's a sex worker, pleasure worker for a humanoid sort of android kind of a creature. I guess you could call
There's this slingshot effect. Is that maybe it? That was used during Apollo, at least around, they said, around, not the slingshot.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone ahead, you know, in the past. But today, the far more sophisticated. But for me, you know, I like women to be have skin, you know, not copper or aluminum or something like that. You know? Joking aside, I think we will see a development. And far more sophisticated dolls, if you like, or robots, whatever you want to call them. And
would it be like a yo-yo that goes into the sky, basically? I'm trying to think. I understand it's
on Mars. And I'll just give you a quote of what he said for the book. I can easily
very nice. Now that's for is that for like to get things into low Earth orbit, or is that really to escape Earth orbit?
Complemented by virtual reality would allow people to live as whatever fantasy they want.
Definitely. It seems as if it would be very beneficial or useful for escaping orbit. If something is in low Earth orbit, it would seem like it would have to decelerate quite quickly, or at least maybe do a couple of trips around the Earth to slow down to get to like an international station or something.
Might even be reproductions of celebrities. I guess that would be pretty entertaining just to watch, you know.
Those would be the expensive ones, I guess.
Wow.
I think that we were probably right in writing about this. You know, that